Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, April the 16th. Your turn. Yes, yes, thank you. The yes meaning you can hear me and you can see my screen. Welcome, everybody. All right. Well, again, guys, hardly any gap ups and hardly any gap downs this morning in my gap up and gap down list. So, don't know what to expect today. Could be really slow again. Though in the afternoon yesterday, it really did pick up. I don't know if you guys saw this, and unfortunately, I didn't get it. EBET, where is it? EBET. If you were in the room yesterday, you know that I was saying the only time I take an IPO is if it maybe breaks the 2-hour high. So that's what happened. This is an IPO from yesterday. Of course, absolutely crazy, $4 or $5 IPO price. Very few shares in the float. Just, well, went crazy. And I had an alert set at 36, but I missed it. And my goodness, look what it got to after an hour. Well, actually this morning, 56 before it's been pulling back. So there is EBETs. The one I'm kind of still interested in as an IPO to see if it does anything. Has a little more shares outstanding. Where are you? It is TSP. So it did not take out the high. There it is right there. I'm going to keep an eye on this one if it does take out the high of yesterday, which is actually it's not the high of yesterday, but it was a 2-hour high, I believe. So I want to see if this has any more traction today, TSP. All right, now let's talk about, there are some things happening. MTSL is a merger agreement with a company I think called SharpLink. So that actually happened after hours yesterday. MTSL, you see that mauve area right here. That is the reaction after hours, and it's held. And it is a low float, so I say this every time. Anything could happen with this low float. 3.2 million in the float. It's already traded 16 million. So I can do some quick math. That's a little over 5. That's about 5 times the float already. So this is going to have a monster day. It's already had a monster day. But this volume is going to really pick up still. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I can't even attempt to look at that. Craig, we've seen this one before, a little China stock. Craig, is it still hanging in? It's up 10%, but it's pulled back a lot. It was up to 834, down to 740. Don't have a lot of faith in this one. What I was really looking for this morning is a little bio that maybe release phase 1 or phase 2 information with the pop. Don't see anything this morning because I was going to be all over trying to short one of those, but I just don't see anything this morning. TGTX, which is a bio, but it's a way more expensive. Promising action. It's a multiple sclerosis drug. So that is the news for TGTX. Big pop-up. EFOI, E-F-O-Y, E-F-O-I, did I say Y? E-F-O-I. And that is gapped up, and I'm trying to see Battery Plus deal. Okay, yeah, I know Battery Plus. Franchise, so they've got some kind of a deal going with Battery Plus, and that is EFOI. Another low float, 2.8 million in the float. This could be interesting. Edit. So Edit is down today. The only reason I could see for it being down is that Goldman Sachs has basically initiated coverage and put a $20 price target on them. So that is, we're talking about a $37 stock. Goldman Sachs putting a $20 price target on them. So I would expect some downward movement today for this one. There looks like there's pretty decent support right around that 29 level. So that's still that's $8 away, $8 away. So we'll see what happens once this market opens to see if that downgrade by Goldman with a very aggressive downgrade target of $20 has a, I mean, it's already had an effect, obviously, but will it keep having that effect once this market opens? And let's see, anything, why? Not why, but why I? I don't think I've seen this one before. China stock. I don't see any specific news. You know, the way it's trading looks like this is maybe a buyout or a merger or a buyout or something, the way it's trading. Don't see any specific news on it. But when you see something flatlining like this, usually it means it's a buyout. I just don't see any. I don't see any news on it. Yeah, I don't know about Mara, and I mean, listen. Eventually, these will find a bottom, Mara and Riot. But man, oh man, after Coinbase came out with their IPO, I mean, look what happened. Yes, this is yesterday. This is Coinbase's debut, and Riot and Mara and most of the other crypto players just got hammered. All right, 9/11. So let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com. My guess is that there will not be too many. And the answer is, okay, we have a few upgrades. Okay, let's get some of them in. Not as many downgrades. Yeah, I do see Bloom Energy in the pre-market. I see it has an upgrade from JP Morgan, BE, but it was pretty, like, let me just take a look at B right now. I saw it up here, but then I saw a big red candle. Yeah, look at this red candle here. So I don't know what's going on here. I mean, but it does have an upgrade from JP Morgan today, BE. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. Yeah, I think it's a buyout. GFN, yeah, GFN is a buyout, Mr. Keith. I do see that. United Rental. United Rental buying them out. URI, I think that's the symbol. URI. Check here. No. How about putting the right symbol in? UIR? URI. Yeah, URI is buying them out. All right. Get some of the downgrades. Running Rob in our YouTube room. That's it. That's it for the upgrades and the downgrades. Fournier D. How's that? Fournier D. Good morning. I think you're new. And welcome also, I think I saw somebody. How about Rachalita, or pardon me if I've mispronounced your name. Always like to welcome new people into the room. EH is earnings. I just don't see that much activity yet. EH has earnings. You remember this one. I mean, this one was unbelievable for a while. This is this China, well, I don't know, scheduled passenger air transport. So, in the airline sector in China, look at, I mean, you guys remember this run? This was right at the end of last year. Okay, right at the end. So from about $10 all the way up to $129 means craziness. And then, the following week, splat. Well, welcome to the community. I hope you took a look at the 20 lessons. One last pour of the coffee. Really, Twitter to, see, I don't even know what Twitter's price is right now. Twitter to an upgrade. Well, they're a little late then. Maybe it was 78. So guys, I said yesterday that what I was going to maybe concentrate on a little bit more today is the gap continuation down. My watch list and also the option plays. I mean, the option plays and the watch list, yeah, they've been okay, but with the kind of market that we've been in with not a lot of excitement, a lot of for me anyway, the stuff that I look at, not a lot of great trending stocks. I'm going to keep an eye on the gap continuation down and just see. Yesterday, for instance, space. I think space is having a little bounce today, but things like space, which did this, and that was on that particular scan. Might concentrate a little bit more on things like that today. Yeah, actually, you're right on the Rite Aid. Rite Aid had earnings yesterday, right? April 15th pre-market. Yeah, I mean, listen, if it's got some room underneath. It's only up a dime right now. Maybe it's just pausing, but has some room underneath. If you look at the weekly chart, the lows are around that 15 level. And bingo is weakening. Actually, is this shortable? This is actually shortable too. For me at Interactive Broker. So BNGO, the low is 558 on the weekly chart. We're at 571 right now. Takes that out. They did have some news. Obviously not good. Even though I'm looking, I'm sorry, that is the 12th. So let me just see. I don't see any specific news for today. I'm seeing news on the 14th, but I don't see any specific news for today. And that is BNGO. I do see this little China education stock. For a brief flurry of excitement yesterday, we saw some of the China education stocks take off again. Things like WAFU. Yeah, we saw all this action and then, fizzled out. WAFU, I think EEIQ, it was another one that did something like that. Yeah, and they all got halted. So I can't get too excited about these. They're going to have a little, just no sustained action. But this one, METX, I don't think the other ones had any pre-market action. So, this does have some pre-market action. A lot of volume too, 1.4 million. Low float, 12 million. It's up 15%. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, so these are just analysts' opinions of where they think a stock may or may not go. So, sometimes an analyst will say, okay, we're initiating coverage on ABC stock and we think it could do this. Okay, it's an opinion. Some analysts carry more weight than others. No matter what you think about Goldman Sachs, GS, they are kind of followed. They're kind of the big guy out there. So when Goldman Sachs upgrades or downgrades somebody, you might want to pay attention to it to a certain extent. Doesn't mean that they're going to be right, of course. But so for instance, when they say edit, they're initiating coverage on edit. And I want to say the bad way, but if you're in edit right now, I wouldn't want to be in edit right now with Goldman putting a $20 price target on it when the stock's at 38. Now listen, they could be completely wrong. Right, but that's what it's all about. So upgrades and downgrades. It doesn't mean if you see a downgrade then immediately sell the stock, or you see an upgrade immediately buy the stock. A lot of it, because first of all, they're not looking, of course, at intraday. They're usually looking a little further out. But that's what it means. I do it almost now I've been doing it for so long, putting the pre-market upgrades and downgrades. It's a little bit more for entertainment purposes. The only time that some things catch my eye, the edit has to catch your eye. Goldman is basically saying, this stock we feel is going to be cut in half. It's a 38 down to 20. The other thing I kind of look for is if I see the symbol with multiple upgrades or downgrades. In other words, ABC stock has an upgrade from JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, for whatever reason. The other thing I do is, a person may be in a stock, and so I put the upgrades and downgrades down, and they may say, oh man, I'm in that stock, okay, maybe I better pay a little more attention to it. But again, these are just opinions. The skeptics out there will say, well, Goldman put a $20 price target wanting to drive the price down so they could get their clients in at a better price. Yeah, SPLK, I did see that, Lily. SPLK, Splunk, it's a downgrade. Actually, I see it, not the CEO, but the CTO. I see Chief Technology Officer, unless the other guy is leaving too. I see CTO, not the CEO. Yeah, there we go. Done. Not shortable yet at Interactive Brokers, eBet, second day IPO. Not that I wouldn't. I don't know what I would do with this one today. I just a little upset that I missed my potential entry yesterday, around 36.39 on it. Well, you can say anything is a pump and dump. You know, even the big ones. You know, you get Kramer talking about some big stock. Hey, here's your pump. Just because Kramer is a well-known commodity. All right, guys. Well, let's see. The market's going to open in less than 5 minutes. So what I like to do is just minimize these two windows. You know what I should do, though? Because before I do that, where are you? Pre-market active. So these are the four windows. You know, and I go over this a little bit later, but these are the four windows that I use for my pre-market work. Okay, so I've got my pre-market actives up and my pre-market actives down, gap up and gap down. And by the way, Lily, I added the 1 minute RSI just for fun to make sure that data and it wasn't blocking data. So I'm getting I am getting 1 minute RSI data. So I'm not sure what I know you've been asking that question. It seems forever, but I am getting 1 minute RSI data. I added this not because I to be honest I don't care about it, but I just wanted to make sure that by adding the filter, it didn't block you're getting data like or a person getting data like the relative volume filter. And but you know, I am getting data. So anyway, these are the four filters or four windows that I use for the pre-market. Again, I'm sharing all of these. Once the market opens, I minimize them. I edit it as a column and with some values, I think. I'm not sure if I added any values in there, but I added it as a column just to see if we're getting values. So obviously if I'm getting values, that means I could put a min and a max if I want. Well, okay, let's just, okay. What time is it? 9:27? Okay, I'm going to quickly do this. Well, I have it as, I have a min of 1 and a max of 100. I mean, so I have a min of 1, so I have values in here. I know you're using 5 and 40 or something. But you know, I'm using it as a filter right here. I mean, if I put 10 and, you know, 60. Okay, so 10 and 60. I mean, I'm getting. So I don't know what's blocking it from your end. I mean, you just saw me add the filter. I want to take it out because I don't want to restrict. Okay, so I just did it right in front of you. And I tried it in post-market also. Same thing. You must have some filters in there that are blocking. You got to go into each one. All right, guys, the market is going to open in less than 30 seconds. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. And nothing, if you want my watch list up and down, I have no idea what we're going to get from it today. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. You will start getting some alerts here. From the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and where am I? Barry's watch list, okay? Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. And give me one moment, please. You just saw me. You just saw my add the RSI filter in the pre-market with values in there. Okay, you just saw me. And I saw the confirmation, but they were incorrect. Okay. Let's see what's happening with eBet. Not really a big flush. Not yet anyway. Yeah, it wasn't, unfortunately, that was not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit before I dive in. So what you're seeing here with the Levi, this is I took this trade yesterday as a demonstration. This is in the simulator, just as a demonstration how you can do it. And, you know, I've been talking about Levi as a potential swing trade, so I thought I'd leave it in to see if, you know, what happens with Levi. Again, this is in the simulator. All right. Oh, I forgot to mention Alcoa, guys. So Alcoa is an earnings play. So right now the reaction is okay. You know, released earnings after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area right here. So right now Alcoa is taking out. Let's see, what's the high right there? High right there is 34.29. So it's taking out the high of a couple of weeks ago. Let's see what Cenex is doing, CENX. So this is a sympathy play, another aluminum company, aluminum play. So sympathy play with Alcoa. Okay, guys, here's another earnings play. Ally, this is an all-time high. ALLY, an all-time high now. Now again, it's early. You know, I'm not. You know, this could reverse just like that. But right now, ALLY is an all-time high, and it is an earnings play. Decent volume too. 14 times normal. Doesn't trade that much. Big float. 371 million in the float. All right, EH is starting to sink somewhat here. This is starting to sink somewhat on earnings, EH. Very low float, 16 million in the float. So, you know, you got to be careful. Is it all the way down there? TCAT, are you kidding me? Wow. Yeah, a little pop for Moderna. mRNA. Little pop up here. Look at this candle here. Little pop from Moderna. Just went positive. All right, Efoy, what are you doing? That's not shortable for me either. I was really looking forward to a little bio this morning that released phase 1 or 2 results. I was going to short the heck out of it if it happened, but all right, let's take a look at the market. So the market opened, so the Dow is up and SPY is up and NAS is just a little bit down. Minor divergence then right now. Boy, Riot continues down here. Riot. I'm sure Mara is doing the same thing. So it's almost at the low of yesterday. What's Mara doing? Yeah, so they're both almost the same. I mean, look, they're both almost at the low of yesterday, both Mara and Riot. All right, so let's keep an eye on the edit. I mean, the edit's a little pop here. I mean, it would not surprise me if this starts to, if it takes out that 37 level. That's the low in the pre-market. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert here. It looks like at around 37,716, and see if it takes out that low later on and continues down. This would be a gap down and go if it does that. All based on that $20 price target put on them by Goldman Sachs. Okay, Alcoa still looks reasonably strong here, guys. You know, again, a little choppy on the 2-minute chart, a little topping tail here in the 15. I don't usually like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I do like to see things settle down a little bit. EBIT, yes, and it got halted on the way down. Okay, hopefully nobody is trapped in this one. We continue to watch this TSP to see if it takes out. In fact, what I better do is actually put the alert up here, 41.52. See if it takes out yesterday's high. Probably it doesn't look like it's going to happen today, but you never know. This is the IPO from yesterday. Some major players behind it. All right, WKHS is having a bit. Look at the volume that just came in. WKHS. Now, can it get over this level here, which is 12? what is it, 1262, so it's not that far away. That's the next high looking left. Looks like there's a lot of resistance, so around 13. So I have my doubts, that it's going to really keep going. But a lot of volume that came in. That is, in fact, I thought we had cured that. So you did it right now? Let me just see. Well, I want to see now that, okay, I'm going to take 2 shares. I want to see if I can buy it. Okay, it doesn't look like I can. You must have got in just like a millisecond before. Because I'm trying to buy it right now. I thought you're not supposed to be able to. So I'm not sure what happened on your end. I mean, that was something that we knew was happening, well, a lot earlier. But I thought, months ago we had fixed that. You must have got it just, like a millisecond after. Okay, guys. Well, WKHS is still climbing here. Be very. I mean, I just look like there's too much resistance around that 13 level. They got hammered back here when was it U.S. Post Office? Was it UPS or something like that? Who said, you know what, we're not going with you guys. And I know they've been fighting it, but really to no avail over since that news came out. Okay, there's Alcoa. Alcoa is holding here, guys. Let's see, it's almost the first 15-minute candle, and it appears to be holding. So this could be one of those, the gap up and go. Just continues. Let's take a look at that monthly chart to see what sort of resistance there is. So it looks like the next high in the monthly chart is around $37.94. So let's call that $38. So it's sitting at 35. So it has some room on the monthly chart. Let me back out the weekly chart and see what we have to, if there's anything else that's kind of near term. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of stuff happening right here. So I don't know how much more it's going to go now. 184 million in the float. So it's a big float, but it is an earnings play. So it's going to be active all day long. All right, 9:45. So let's see if we get anything in my watch list. Now, this is on purpose. I put a 15-minute delay. Your speakers, okay, I don't know if they're off, but whoops, sorry about the caps. All right, so space is trying to bounce back a little bit here. I mean, I think a bit of an overreaction. Yeah, Branson sold $150 million worth of stock. He still owns 27%. You know, he's allowed to sell at some point, I guess. And but it was through the 200-day moving average, 2652. This is, I'm talking about space, SPCE. So maybe a little bounce in store. If not, if it takes out that low, this could just, you know, continue down like it did yesterday. Yeah, except no shorts available. That's the other thing. Okay, guys, keep an eye on edit. It's the other thing about using the simulator, okay? And I'll get into the simulator in what time is it? 9:46, so about half an hour from now. But if you're going to short something, you should make sure, of course, that your broker, I'm not just picking on you, John, but just in general, make sure your broker has shorts. If you can't, you know, there's no point in practicing in the simulator saying, oh, I took this short, and, you know, knowing full well that you couldn't have done it because your broker doesn't have shorts. So eBet for me, Interactive Brokers, has no shorts. I can't speak for other brokers, but typically it's a while, at least, well, I would say sometimes Interactive Brokers will have shorts the next day for an IPO, but it might take 2 or 3 days. This is a gap down and go, but it's not shortable for me. But WHLM, it's not shortable for me. This had the big pop yesterday, but it's just no shorts available. What I'm talking about right here, the gap down and go. I'm going to concentrate on this, especially if the market, you know, yes, the market had the pop, but especially if I get some tech stocks in there. You know, tech is modestly weak. Boy, WKHS has got a little bit of resolve here. So, you know, I'd be looking at this 1262. If it fails, then yeah, this is shortable. Yeah, exactly. If you're going to use a simulator, like, don't treat it like a video game. You know, use it like it's your real money at work. Oh boy, what are you doing? TIRX. Okay, guys, this got halted on the way up. Be careful. If you're not familiar with this one, in one day, this is one day, okay? If you've not seen this before, in one day, the stock went from $97 down to $12. Okay, so in one day, that's not a misprint. With no discernible news other than, you know, somebody was floating the idea that they got a bunch of people to buy at $98 or so through WeChat, and then just dumped all their shares. Shorted, I guess. I don't know. It is shortable, so it's possible. I don't know. I don't really know. But that was the rumor anyway. You're not going to find that as news. All right, so I am not getting any new alerts. Yeah, so here, okay, here we go. So AA, it did pop in here, but look what the market's doing. You know, market's starting to drift down. Definitely getting more short bias by the moment. By, you know, this last few weeks. All right, this is his beaten up China education stock, GSX. So yeah, it's having a bit of a moment right now. I don't trust it. There's the pre-market highs, 25.53 or so. Well, CLM, what are they doing? Wow, now there's a, this is one of another, oh, I could short this. I think this was one yesterday that was doing this, yeah, the same thing. And I couldn't short it yesterday. There were no shorts available. There are 96,000, not that I can do it now. I don't want to chase it down. I think the other one was there was another one that started with C, these investment closed-ended equity mutual funds. There was another one that I could not short that was doing the same thing as CLM. I ain't got no friends at the exchanges, but I... it was this one, CRF. Interesting. So yeah, both CRF and CLM, they were not shortable. Yeah, they're only 13,000. I mean, I'm not going to do it now. I mean, there's two, I don't want to chase it down. So I think, I see what happened. So the shorts got snapped up yesterday in Interactor Brokers. But this is no, it's at yesterday's low. All right, let's see what this crazy one's going to do. TIRX just opened. I'm surprised it's shortable. Take a look at coin, see what it's doing. A little bit of a pop, $6, but man, it's only less than 2%. Oh, don't tell me about Playboy. It will not die. All right, see TIRX is starting to fall a bit here. Again, you're on your own. I mean, this, I don't know what's going to happen with this. I mean, look at the volume that came in. It's only 3.9 million. Imagine only 3.9 million in the float. This was a $100 stock. It's crazy, crazy, crazy low float. Is there, yeah, I was wondering, is there a stock, as you say, Rob, that kind of mirrors Doggy? It appears so, Razak. All right, well, GSX is getting close. Is it shortable? Yeah, it's shortable for me anyway. It's getting close to the pre-market highs. Dogi. Okay, thank you, Conrad. I've never actually heard it. I've never heard anybody pronounce it. So thank you. So it's as in get along, little doggies. Okay. Sort of. Yes, Bernd. Yeah, sort of. Okay, so now it's Doji. Doji. Okay, I got it. like the candlestick pattern. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so now I'm getting, it's only Doge. No E on the end. Well, I did read a little bit about it this morning, what the guy created as a joke in 2013 with a picture of a dog on it. I saw that. I know Elon was, I mean, I obviously got it all pumped up. He talked about it, what, a couple of months ago? Well, there are your two bounces. Here are your two bounces for CLM and CRF. Wow. All right, well, I have no idea what to expect from this window today. I think we only had two yesterday, two or three from the option scanner. But again, we don't get anything that is really trending. I mean, this is the one I really wanted to short, didn't have shorts available, WHLM. And it came on the, so if you had shorts available, I mean, it came down and it came on the gap down and go. So it, had a little pull up and everything, but I mean, the trend, I really want to pay attention to this one today, the gap down and go. Gap down and keep going down. I just need something that I can, I just need something that I can short. Another disaster here, CLOV. Chemath's bloom has certainly worn off. I mean, I'm not saying that's forever, but boy, oh boy, was a lot of his after that initial flurry in 2020 with a lot of his SPACs. Boy, this has just been a disaster. All right, guys, this is maybe an interesting one to short. So 11, YI. This is not quite the gap down and reverse. This is a gap up and reverse for YI. What I'm talking about. Again, I'm short biased, well, especially if the market's going to do this. Yeah, lots of shorts available at IB also for coin. Actually, I was surprised. About 45 minutes after it opened, there were about 300,000 shorts available for coin. Well over 1 million now. If I'm not saying I want to do it, but here's another one from RealScan, another potential short, BTX, and take a look left. 750, so there's a next high looking left on that daily chart. You know, that 50 cent can be a bit of a struggle to get through for stocks under $10. It's not shortable for me though. Interactive Brokers, no shorts available for me. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, TIRX is halted again on the way up. Wow, I mean, look. Oh, well, I mean, listen, if you're going to do this, take very few shares, because you can see how whippy it is. You could get into something and try to place a stop. You better place a fairly wide stop, take fewer shares if you're going to do it. Yeah, you see, oh, these price alerts. I don't think it popped up. I missed my alert I missed my alert on it for edit. I don't think it popped up. I know it obviously alerted because that blue light turned green, so it alerted. Okay, well, it still has room. Edit still has room. Gonna wait to see if it can take out that 36. I mean, that's a big downgrade by Goldman. Downgrade. I don't sure if it's a downgrade. This maybe it's just semantics, but I'm not sure they initiated coverage. I think it said with a $20 price target. Oh, can you hear my kitty? She's hungry. Okay, just a minute. Well, man, this is like, well, I'm not going to cry over spilt milk, but this is the one I really wanted to short, the WHLM. That was the gap up and, no, sorry, gap down and a go. There's no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So kind of watching that YI spread got a little bit crazy. Okay, so we did have the resumption for T. I mean, listen, guys, I have to bring it up, I guess, because, you know, it's in the halts resumes. Okay, so Alex, it's 10:11. Okay, I usually do this a little bit later, but if you find my homepage tab, excuse me, homepage tab right there, and then click on my link, click the link, then you'll go to my homepage. And my recommendation is that you, not just you, but anybody else, save the link because there are a lot of information, including the scans. So here are the scans. Here's my layout that I'm sharing, you know, the one that you guys can see. And here are individual scans. So if you have your own layout, you don't necessarily want to just replace it with my layout, but you might want to take a look at some of the individual scans that I've created. Okay, so it's in that area. I'm going to go over this a little more detail in about 10 minutes. Yeah, don't get too excited about this one. This is a buyout, GFN. You know, it's a little bit of, it's just showing up on my gap up on reverse, but I mean, it's a buyout. So did you get that out? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure you found the link and all. That YI, it's just the spread is too terrible. 1143, 1155, so I might have to just forget about it, unless that spread really tightens up. Anybody else able to short WHLM? Well, Clove was a good short for a while, but now it's definitely has recovered somewhat. All right, so this is a fairly recent IPO, EMR. So I guess they launched on the 25th of March, so a little less than a month, and it's been a good one. I mean, it has been a great steady rise over the last 6 days, 5 days, including today. What do I think of X? Well, you know, obviously it's an infrastructure play. If you believe that these, you know, it's going to happen, then, you know, so when you ask me what do I think about it, like for what? Intraday, long term. Right now, intraday, it's, you know, it's really showing nothing. But if you're asking me long term, that's up to you, of course. I mean, if you think that infrastructure is really going to get rolling, then, you know, I guess they're going to need steel. Makes sense. So other than that, I really don't have any opinion on it. I'll show them. I don't use them at all. There are just not enough filters for me to use them. But sure, I'll explain what they mean. The RBI and GBI, getting close. If I forget, just remind me. Okay, I don't typically go over the RBI and GBI. Are they trying to suggest you are the dreamer? I don't know how to. I don't know how to help you. As you know why we're doing this. It's not because we want to, but there must be something in your information you're giving us that. But so I don't know how to help you. It's been a royal pain for us to have to do this. You understand that we don't want to do this, but we have been forced to do it. Well, yeah, okay, but in the past, all we had to do was literally you check a box. Are you a professional, non-professional? If you checked it and said no, that was it. Just like the brokerages, yes. But the NYSE came down hard. Started about a year and a half ago, and said you've got to be more, not just to us, but you have to ask more questions, and you may really put in the onus on us to verify that somebody's not a professional taking our service. We're a small company trying to do this, and it's really been a pain. They went out to everybody. Yeah, even if you've been a subscriber for 20 years, well, not 20 because we've been around since 2003, but yeah, they went out to everybody. So even if you so-called completed it 10 years ago, check that box that said, no, I'm not a professional. It still went out to everybody. Even I got one. I'm not a professional, but I had to fill it out too. Well, if you subscribed in January, that process was probably already in place, so you probably checked the right boxes. Well, it is staged. They didn't all go all at once because we don't have the manpower to, literally, to have all the emails flying in coming back at us at once. Now, the other thing is that it's possible it's gone to a spam, or a trash or something immediately. Okay, well, CLOV, well, if you are a professional, the New York Stock Exchange wants to collect more money. When you're not a professional, we cover, we pay for the data. So the vast majority of our customers are not professional. So included in your subscription is a fee that we have to pay to the New York and NAS and all that, okay, to the exchanges. We don't get the data for free. If you are a professional, they want more money. Pins? Somebody's asked me about pins. Oh, for what? I mean, this is just being hit again. I mean, so if you look left, the next low looking left is way down here, $60, $70 or so. So this is just being hit hard. So when you say levels, I mean, the low of the day was what, 75 or so, which took out that low. All right. Well, I wish this weren't here. The CLM looks like it's just going to keep going down, down, down. The 200-day moving average is right below at 1174. Otherwise, I probably, even though it looks like it's a bit of a chase, I would have put a $12 stop on it. I don't mean at $12, but I don't like that 200-day moving average right there. It could stall it. Okay, so you're asking, so when it broke down through the VWAP, so maybe it'll bounce up to it and then drop back again. I don't know. But a big VWAP player. Wow, just no alerts. All right, so this one was hit yesterday also. This MAXN, was it a financing? Yes, raised 125 million. So they have done a financing. This is a China stock, I believe. Yes. Well, this is just snooze alert. What time is it? 10:23. Okay, spiel time. Keep my interest up here. Okay, so first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format. Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, and I am live on the mic. So now I'm going to go over all of the information that you can find on my homepage. Next week should get better, guys. We're going to be into earnings season. A couple hundred companies release earnings, so I would think that we're going to see a little more action. And I say it all the time, do not trade out of boredom, okay? Okay, so there's my homepage link. You can find it here or right here. Here's the tab. If you can see the tab, click on the tab, and then here's my homepage link right there. You click on it, and this is what you're going to see. This is what you're going to see. So the first thing is, of course, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can use a promo code Barry4Alpha for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. Yeah, I'll bet, Razak. Okay, so we do have 4 plans available. An annual monthly for premium and standard. The premium service is $22.68 a year on an annual basis minus that 15%. And the standard is $10.68 a year minus that 15%. The big difference is the AI. That's the usual reason why people want to have a look at our premium service. Okay, I'm going to go over that in just a bit. Only a couple of alerts from it. Okay, now you do not have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, if you don't know this product very well at all and you're thinking about trying it, I would not take out an annual subscription, okay? You can take out a monthly subscription, go month to month if that's what you want to do. At some point, if you want to upgrade, we'll honor that promo code. But, you can always start off with a monthly subscription. The standard is $118. Less the 15%, and the premium is $228, less the 15%. Now again, that promo is, the discount's only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll start paying in the second, third, etc. months, okay? Just so there's no, I want to clarify that. More information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day. What am I going to do today? I have no idea. Stock of the day video. These are all free. Scans, of course, are here. This is probably, I would say this is the most popular section of my website, my homepage. Here are this is the layout that I am sharing. So the layout that you see, this is right here. Remember, it is a layout. That's why I call it a layout. So if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, you can only have one layout running at a time or open at a time. But if you have a layout that you like, but you might want to take a look at some of these other scans that I've created. And that's why I've got them on an individual basis also. So kind of a la carte. Trade Ideas Education section. If you are new to Trade Ideas, or even if you're thinking about looking at Trade Ideas, I'd like to pop this link on its own, the 20 lessons. Yeah, don't worry. You keep reminding me, Adam. I'll do it. Okay, so the 20 lessons. When you click on the 20 lessons, this is what you're going to see. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas, I think, are very well explained. You know, what is a top list, building one, alert window, creating one. You want to find out more about the AI, it's right here, all broken up into sections, of course. But lots of information is here, all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. So again, if you're not a subscriber, you can take a look at it though also. Okay? Daily support session. So you'll hear me referencing a YouTube room. So we do have a YouTube room also. No point, don't go to it now. It's the same as this room. They can hear me, see my screen, it's virtually the same way. There's just a lot more action in the what I call the main trading room. A lot more interactivity, a lot more postings by subscribers. Not even, well, I shouldn't say subscribers. You don't have to be a subscriber to be in the room. But I do take a break, I do take a break at around noon. And one of the other traders takes over. Today it will be Andy. I'll get a verification of that, but confirmation. But I think it's Andy. So he'll be in their YouTube room between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos, more educational videos are here. And back to basics. I think this is pretty popular, especially for those of you who have really never traded before, or you've just really maybe dabbling and wondering, well, I'm not really sure what I'm doing. Well, this is a great little video series, literally starting off with what is a stock. Okay, like what is a stock? So it's a little, very short videos, 36 parts. Okay, Michael Noss, who works at Trade Ideas, he created it. So I would recommend that you watch them. Trading ebooks that we created. Okay, guys, I can say a little hallelujah on the edit. If you notice, I had a little pause in my spiel at the beginning. All right. Thank you, Goldman. Give me a moment here. Okay, I'm doing my stuff on that edit. Okay, so now that's my home page. Give me a moment as I size my the window on my other chart. So guys, you know, just a word about edit. I mean, people do ask, why do I even bother with the upgrades and downgrades? Every now and then you get the nugget. Okay, and I consider this the nugget. I mean, for Goldman to put, you know, this is a fairly well-known company, you know, the CRISPR. What is CRISPR doing, in fact? CRSP. Is it? Yeah, so it's getting hit with it. And the other one, NTLA, I think. Intelia. Yeah, so look at them all. They're all getting hit. You know, this is sort of what we call a sympathy play. So all three of them, of course, edit is getting hit the worst. So that is why it is important to do some pre-market work. Okay, it is important to do some pre-market work. You know, I a lot of times when I put the upgrades and downgrades in, they really won't mean that much, but every now and then you get that nugget. You get one or two a week. I mean, that's great. So anyway. So what is Trade Ideas? First of all, what is Trade Ideas? If you're into the room for the first time, you're wondering, well, what are you seeing? What is Trade Ideas? So we're a scanner, first and foremost. I like to use that term. We are a scanner first and foremost. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay? So what do I mean by a scanner? This is an example of a scanner, a scan that I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. If I right click, configure, summary. So these are the filters that I'm using. Okay, it doesn't really matter. I mean, and by the way, of course, I'm sharing this scanner. So when you, if you like this scanner, like the idea of this scanner, you'll notice here I am using stocks between, or my range is between 1 and 20, but you can of course change that. You know, if you wanted to change that to 10 to 100, all you do is go into the values. Look how now it's changed in the summary. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave it, but I'm just showing you that you can download any one of my scans, but you can of course adjust it to how you like to trade. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements, you know, the price is between 1 and 20, this current volume is a very powerful filter that we have. It means that the stock has to be trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay, so it's a very powerful filter. I'm always looking for abnormalities, okay, in the market, because I'm more of an intraday trader. So I don't want to get stuck into something that's not trading, obviously, even if it's up. So if these filter values are met, and the stock makes either a new high or a new low, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we see these stocks here today. I have some pretty tough filters in place. That's why I'm not getting too many alerts. Boy, this was awesome. What can I say, guys? You know, my number one focus today was find a gap down and go. This is the only one. It's the only one that is showing up, but unfortunately, it just wasn't shortable for me. You know, the initial alert came way back here at 849. So, you know, down to 764, that's a great percentage move. Anyway, can't do anything about it. Just wait to see if there's another one coming. So one of the things we did as a company, though, is instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, we said, okay, let's do it this way. These are all the alerts that we have. You know, I'm using new high and new low, but there are a lot of different alerts you can use, you know. 5-minute highs, 5-minute lows. You know, there's all sorts of different alerts that we have. I'm not going to go over them all, of course. And then here are all the filters. So when you see these icons, these are the filters. So we feel that for the vast majority of our customers, that you can create your own scan, if that's what you want to do, combination of the alerts and filters that we have. Okay? So you don't have to learn a programming language. Now, when you're starting out, you know, a lot of this can seem overwhelming. First of all, you don't have to learn every single alert and filter. You know, I use so few of each one of these, but we have enough, so because your idea of a scan could be completely different from my idea. So obviously that's why we have a lot of different alerts and different filters. I always use the example of Word. When you look at Word, I mean, that's a massive manual. Most of us probably just, all we want to know how to do is print, maybe change the font, okay? And, you know, that's it. You know, so even though the manual is huge, the vast majority of us do not need to know everything about Word, right? Same thing with trade ideas. You kind of pick and choose what you like, and that's it. So that is the basis behind trade ideas, okay? Scanner first and foremost. You can use whatever broker you've got. It works with trade ideas. It doesn't, because we're a scanner. You know, we don't care who your broker is, and it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Okay, now, as promised, Adam, you know, before I talk about Brokerage Plus, Adam wanted to know what this means. This is part of our premium service. The premium red bar and GBI and green bar ignored, okay? Let me just load one of them. So let me see if I can find an example. All right, I actually have an example right here, okay? This is the concept, okay? You see that green bar right there on the 5-minute chart for WHLM? Yeah, new guy, it's not the worst thing. I'm in that mindset right now. Anyway, sorry. So you notice here with WHLM, maybe I'll expand it just a little bit more, make it, there we go, okay? See that green bar right there? So what's the high? The high is 813, and the high of the previous red candle was 815. The low is 803, and the low of that candle is 802. So this green candle is totally engulfed by that previous red candle. You have a downtrend, and then you have this green bar, and then the downtrend continues. So this is what we call, this is a pattern that we call green bar ignored. You have a downtrend, you have a pause in the downtrend, and then it continues down. So this is what this is looking for, okay? The problem why I don't use it is that we don't have, for me, just not enough filters in place. But you can get alerts, and what will happen is you'll get a real-time alert. First of all, you need 4 candles. You need 4 down candles to start. And this works, you know, we've got the 5, 15, and 30-minute time frames. This is an example of a green bar ignored, but imagine, there we go. Now I don't even know what the price here is. This is on the 5. So there's a red bar ignored. See? So you have that uptrend, you've got a red bar, you get an alert right at 69, right at the high of that candle, which is 69.24. That's why we see 69.24. So, I mean, that's not bad, okay? So that's why we get an alert. The way it works right now is you need 4 green, in this case, you need a minimum of 4 green candles, then that red candle, and then the next candle, if it moves above the high of that red candle, you get the real-time alert. That's how it works. Okay, and we have the different time frames. You know, we have the 5-minute, 15, and 30. Okay? So again, the theory being, in this case, an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend continues. That's the theory. Well, that is the default, Bruce. You must have saved something. I mean, that is the default because most people do not. I mean, the default is always. No, that's a bad example. The default is always. So what you must have done, the only way that can be checked is that maybe you saved. You created an alert window and then you saved it as your default. That's the only way I can see that happened. But that's not, I mean, because most people don't, first of all, most people don't even know what the don't repeat is. So we would never want to have it as a default. All right, let me talk now about okay, so I'll answer Carlos before I go into Brokerage Plus because this is a common question that we do get. All right. And what Carlos is asking is, and this is for the YouTube people because they can't see it. I got a question. I got my trade setups. I got my 3 charts. I got some scanners, etc., etc. How can I keep the setup the same way all the time? How can I save my setup in a way that I don't lose it once I close the TI program? Okay. Okay. So this is really appropriate too if you've got multiple monitors. But even if you don't, even if you only have the one monitor. So here's what you do. Take your you take your toolbar, okay? I have 3 monitors. So I stick the toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what I designate as my main monitor. I put all my trade ideas windows, charts, etc. exactly where I want them on this window. I have got some trade ideas scans on other windows. I put them exactly where I want them. Okay, once I've done that, then if you go to Tools, Options, Layouts. If you check Open relative to main window, and then save, I'm not going to do it because it kind of jams up this single stock window, and save it, okay? Then when you shut down, first of all, it's always good practice to save your layout at the end of the day. You can do it in one of 2 ways. You can save your layout just to your computer, or you can save your layout. I do it both, to be honest. Save or share to cloud, give it a name and save it. So I'm saving my layout. And then when I exit Trade Ideas, I also do this because this is the layout that I want to see all the time. I exit and it's going to ask me, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no. I don't want to click on this because it'll ruin my link to Interactive Brokers. Save your layout. And I say yes. Okay. So now you're out of Trade Ideas. When you reload Trade Ideas, everything will be exactly where you want it to be. Okay. So really the key is to arrange everything exactly where you want it. Put your toolbar up in this area here in the upper left-hand corner. Again, the options and then layouts, and check that open relative to main window and save it. And then save your work so that Trade Ideas knows that's what you want to do all the time. Okay? All right, edit. Keep moving down. Keep moving down. Well, it's not that hard once you know how to do it. It's like anything else, But it's certainly not intuitive. There's no way you can just sort of stare at the program and say, I wonder how to do that, and I'm going to dig around. It's not. But once you know how to do it, yes, it's not hard to do. All right, let me talk about Brokerage Plus now. This is this window that you see right here. And it's only available if you're using our application, not available if you're using our web-based version, okay? 2 ways to use it. I'm going to talk about the live way and then concentrate a lot more on the simulator paper trader, okay? So if you have an Interactive Brokers account or now an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade those 2 accounts. How? I will put the link into the room. This is a It's called Brokerage Plus. It's a video that shows you how you can do all this. Okay, somebody was asking by popular demand. Is it a minute? Here she is. There's Chloe. Okay. That's all the ruckus you hear every morning. Okay, so getting back to Brokerage Plus. So if you have a brokerage, if you have an E-Trade account, now in order to use E-Trade though, you do have to download the latest beta. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, click on that link, and scroll. Whoops. So when you click on the link, again, this is what you're going to see. Okay, scroll to the top and see where it says download software. And you have to scroll, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. And where you see the beta, that's what you download, okay? So if you want to use, if you have an E-Trade account, the other production version is fine for IB, but you need to download the latest beta if you have an E-Trade account and you want to use Brokerage Plus, okay? Wow, CLIV guys is actually having a nice day. I wonder if there's some. I know that they had some news last week and something about, or even earlier this week. I can't remember, something to do with some. I can't find the news. Well, I know they had some news here on that day. Can't remember what it is. Well, the only filter setting, Sam, that you can't see is the fact that it has to have at least 4 moving in the same direction, 4 candles moving in the same direction. Okay, that's the only filter setting that you can't see, and it's not okay. Other than that, you know, other than that, when you do click on the new, this is why I'm saying I don't really use it, because there's just not enough filters. Customize. So yeah, so you have obviously you can put a minimum price, max price, minimum volume. This is sort of the average over the last 10 days. And then here's the, you know, if you want to put 100 or 200%, so it's trading at least, you know, either normal at 100 or double at 200%. So, you know, very limited number of filters. That's it. And the only thing you don't see is that it has to have a minimum of 4 candles in the same direction, either up or down. Okay? I don't know if it's the #1 shorted stock. We don't even have a short float percent on it, but I'm not saying it isn't. All right, so again, getting back to Brokerage Plus. So again, you have an E-Trade account, you have an Interactive Brokers account. You can use this window then to trade. All right. Now again, this is a feature that we have. If you don't have either an IB account or an E-Trade account, doesn't matter. Or even if you do, you don't have to use this Brokerage Plus window. All right. If you don't want to, that's fine. But it offers you some interesting features. So for instance, if I click on AA, okay, Alcoa, and I check the chart, I think, yeah, I wouldn't mind trading that. I can go back. Notice I'm hovering over that trade and this box pops up. How did this happen? Well, if you watch the video, you can see how you can create your own one-click trading options. This is what we call one-click trading. You pick how you want to trade it and click on it, and now you're into the trade. Okay, if you want to do it that quickly. You don't have to do that. You don't have to set any of that up. If you just want to trade it right here manually, obviously you can do that. And once you're in a trade, if I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. I could click the sell. I could pick how many shares I want to trade. Okay, I can obviously do it this way. But if I want to quickly get out of a trade, these are hotkeys. Or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my trade. Okay, so these are some hotkeys that we have. What you're seeing here is if you can also use this. I mean, this will carry forward. I took this trade yesterday in the simulator, Levi. I did not exit it at the end of the day, so it carries forward. Okay, so which is going to lead me into talking a lot more about the simulator. So again, you have an IB account, E-Trade account. You can use this window to trade if that's what you want to do. Now, another huge use for this, though, is as a simulator paper trader. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. If you are new to trading, and I know, guys, a lot of you have been in the room forever and maybe tired of but I have to. I mean, lots of new people, and even the old people, a lot of this has to be reinforced about stops and money management. So, I talk about this. You have to listen to me, for about half an hour every day doing my spiel, and after that, but that's why it's a free room. So if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice. Okay, practice trading first. I cannot emphasize that enough. And how long you're going to practice? I can't answer that question. Look at CLOV. This is really, is there some... Just looking to see if there is any news on it. So, practice. Now, how long it's going to take you before you become, a little, no such thing really. I don't consider, even though I've been trading for a long time, I'm always learning. So yes, I suppose I could call myself a seasoned investor, but I don't take anything for granted. The market can hit you so hard if you don't adhere to money management. Okay, it's that, I can't emphasize that enough. So practice first before you commit money to the market. So the first concept is a stop. When you get into a trade, guess what? Not every trade is going to work. And so you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the stock if it's not working for you. You just can't hope and pray that you get into a stock and it's going to go up, and as it starts moving against you, that you're going to hope and pray that it will rebound and move the way you want it to. Recipe for disaster. So, when you get into a trade, you have to know a price that you're getting out. Now, here's the tricky part. When you're new, you might say, well, how do I know what that price is? And that's why you've got to practice. Looking at charts. What I do is I'm always looking at, I usually probably concentrate more on a 5 or a 15-minute chart, looking for areas of what I would consider maybe support. So if I get into a trade and I see an area of what I might consider support, so that if it broke down through that support level, I should be out of the trade. No ifs, ands, or buts, just get out of the trade. Move on. So that's the first concept, and that's going to take time because, it's not, you're brand new, you're seeing all these squiggles on the charts and go, well, I don't know where to put a stop. Well, again, that's why some people will pick it up sooner than others. And that's why I can't say, well, how long is it going to take me? I have no idea. John, okay, who do I think is good for training? I don't know how to answer that question exactly. Are you talking from within Trade Ideas? Or, I would take a look at you took a 120-hour course. Wow, okay. I was going to say take a look at the little, the quick videos that Michael did, like literally starting off with what is a stock. I'm not sure if you're looking for one-on-one mentorship, we don't mentor in terms of trading, okay? We mentor in terms of learning how to use our program. Now, what I'm talking about right now is more money management. So I really should continue, and maybe I can readdress what you were talking about, or your question. So the other aspect is this. Okay, so if you get into your head that, okay, I get it. If I get into a trade, I have to know a price that I'm going to get out. So that's one aspect. The next aspect, though, is that, okay, but how much am I going to risk on the trade, dollar-wise, if it doesn't work for me? If you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to risk $1,000 a trade, all right? So let's just say, and now we're going to getting into placing a stop, and we're going to take it. Well, actually, first, well, you know what? We'll do it. I've sort of done the reverse order. Usually, when I demonstrate the simulator in action, I demonstrate how you can take a pullback trade. But now that I'm into the spiel about placing stops and money management, I'm going to continue. So let's just say we wanted to take this clove trade. Okay, again, for demonstration purposes. Okay, so again, would I do this? No, again, this is just for demonstration purposes. It's obviously very extended on the 15s, okay? Very, very extended. But just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to take 500 shares at the market. The spread is only a penny, so I'm going to click the buy button. Okay, so I'm in right there. I'm going to put, not that I would do this really, but I want to put my stop at 861. And this is just to make the math super, super simple. Okay, there's my stop. Notice how it appears right on the chart. So if this gets down to 861, it'll take me out for, well, it's a 97.50. It's close to $100. Okay, this is a bit of a rounding error. Okay, why did I do it like this? Okay, so if you could risk $100 on a trade, if that's what you thought was a manageable risk, and your stop was 20 cents away, based on the chart, then when you divide the difference between your entry and your stop, in this case 20 cents, and you divide that into $100 that you're willing to risk, then you can take 500 shares of the stock. If it moves against you, moves down here, 500 shares, you'll be taken out at 861, you'll have a $100 loss. 500 times 20 cents equals approximately it equals 100. Again, there's a bit of a rounding error going on here. Okay? So two concepts then. Knowing where you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work, and then share sizing. So you don't go into every trade thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, some fixed number, or I'm going to risk 10 cents a trade or 20 cents a trade. I only use 20 cents in this case just to make the math simple. Okay, so the whole idea now is that if you understand this concept, then the challenge will, of course, be, well, okay, I wonder where I should put a stop. Okay, and that's only going to come with some chart reading experience. So let's just say that you're agreeing with me. Everything I'm saying, you say, okay, never really considered all that before, but okay, I do get it. So now you're into a trade. And it doesn't work. It's not working. It's starting to drift down towards your stop price. So now, as I called it, imagine you've got a little angel and you got a little on one shoulder and a little devil on the other shoulder, okay? So the angel is telling you, okay, Barry, don't worry. Just take your lumps, stop yourself out, okay? And move on to the next trade. The devil is saying, oh, come on, this is a great setup. It's got to work. I've heard great things about this company. So it's got to work. You obviously did not put your stop in the right place. So come on, move it down. So you listen to the devil. The devil moves it down. It keeps going down. Your angel is saying, okay, I know you did this, but you've got to obey your new stop. You're going to lose too much money if you don't. You know what happens? The devil keeps taking over. I'm going to reduce my stop because it's a great setup. So ultimately, you keep moving your stop down, And instead of that manageable $100 loss, you now have a $500 loss when you finally get out of it. You look for the devil. The devil's nowhere to be seen. Okay, he's gone. He doesn't take any responsibility for what you've done. So how to counteract that? You leave your stop in place, right on the chart, okay? It's got to put it a little there. Well, close enough, okay? Close enough. You leave your stop in place, and that takes all of the emotion out of the trade. All of the emotion out, okay? You leave it in, you get stopped out, you just sort of wipe your hands, and you move on. Now, for all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, they may set up a little bit later, okay? I mean, you can think of it like this. Maybe I was just a little bit early. Maybe the market turned against me. Maybe, something else happened that was out of my control. It was still a nice setup, and it comes back to that setup area. You can always try it again. Okay? You like the story, Brent? Brett? Sorry, not Brent. Brett? Well, I thought about it because it's true. I mean, we've all got these little, we have these voices in our head that, they're literally, one is saying, come on, your stop, maybe that stop was a little too tight, and didn't really understand that, that it was too tight, so, I better move it down a little bit. I mean, it's true. This is what goes on. It's going to happen. I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to happen. Even though, in the simulator, I mean, in theory, you shouldn't let it happen in the simulator because it's not, it's not real money. But when you get real money on the line, okay, it's going to happen. I almost guarantee it. And you may take bigger losses at the beginning that you want because it's hard to admit that you were wrong. You have to check your ego. Just hit the big sell button, right? You just hit the sell. Okay, the question was, how do you shorten the simulator? Just hit the sell button. There you go, Mr. Keith. So, now, what I also want, if I want to get out of this trade right now, okay, now notice what's happening. I'm going to get out of this trade right now. I'm going to flatten it. Just want to show you something, okay? So you notice that I was, at one point, while I was still in this trade, I was up $117. Okay, this is on the close. This is in the simulator. When I close out the trade, I made 67. Now, it's not the end of the world, but what I'm trying to show you here is that what you don't want to see, though, is imagine if I were up, $300 and then I allowed it to drift down to 67, only being up, or even worse, turn into a negative situation. I'm actually losing money. So this, keep an eye on your P&L, and manage the trades. The other thing that's interesting is that the distance from the exit price can also tell you how good were your exits. Now, what I would want to see in this case is a big negative number. What would that mean? It would mean that where I got out, it dropped a lot. Now, see, it's 5 cents. I'm not saying that's big, but it's 5 cents under where I got out. So you'd like to see a nice big negative number as opposed to a big positive number, which means, man, I guess I exited too soon. So, this right here can kind of give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. You can only do this by practicing. Okay, you have to practice. Trading is not easy. You notice right here with this Levi long, I'm up 422. The max I could have, if I got out of the trade, was 470. This is more of a swing trade, so if I had left the clove in, if I hadn't exited it, by the end of the day, it will carry over. That's what happened with the Levi yesterday. We start you off with $100,000 in the simulator. My advice to you, though, is don't use all $100,000. If your account size is not, if you have a $5,000 account, don't go crazy, and buying 10,000 shares of this and, 50,000 shares of a $1 stock when you could never do that in your real account. So, I mean, use the simulator like it's your real money. Now, I want to show you also how you can take a trade. Okay, we're out of the clove trade, right? Now, let's see, what if I wanted to take this clove trade on the pullback to say 838? You know, this little area right there on the 2-minute chart, maybe a little bit of support. If it pull back here, I want to take the trade. So let's just do 300 shares, and then I'm going to show you how you can do something like that right on the chart. So what did I say, 838? So I'm going to type 838. Both boxes here. Click the buy button, and you'll see a nice big blue line show up on the chart. So if CLOV comes down to 838, it'll take the trade. Take this number of trades. Now, the same principle with stops, because you have to know ahead of time, okay, let's say it does happen at 838, I get into the trade, where would I stop myself out? Okay, so you have to know that price ahead of time also. Once you're in the trade, then you can add your stop, you know, where you would want, and that would share size you. So let's just say 838, you're in the trade, and let's again make the math super simple. My stop would have been at 818, which would have been terrible. So that's 20 cents away. So I would have put 500 shares here. Okay, because if it takes the trade at 838 and I know my stop's at 818, I can take 500 shares. So this is what we call a conditional buy order. You could have also done it reverse fashion. If I thought, let's just say Clove was up here still, and I thought, you know what, if it takes out the high of the day or some little resistance area on top, I'd like to take the trade. So if you put both those prices above the current price, that blue line would have appeared above the price. And then it would have taken the trade. Okay? Now, at this point, you're watching Clove, and you might think, you know what, maybe I don't want to take the trade anymore. You just go to your orders, and you right click, and you cancel that order to buy. Okay? So, and again, that question earlier was how do you short in the simulator? And you first of all, you have to make sure that shorts that this really took off. You should treat it like it's your real account, even though it's a simulator. So before, if you want to practice shorting, I know a lot of people have never shorted in their life. They all they've heard is that, oh, it's very, very risky to short. Very risky to short. I'm going to, I would say that if you're going to intraday short, it's no riskier than going long. Okay, when you go long something, it can collapse. It's just, a heartbeat, especially some of these low float ones. If you go short something, yeah, it could pop up. Absolutely. But to me, shorting is no different from going long, especially intraday. And the concept is just this. When you're shorting, when you go long a stock, when you buy a stock, of course, you're hoping it goes up. When you short a stock, you're hoping it's go down. Well, in theory, there's no limit. But I mean, again, if you're intraday shorting, I have never seen a situation where a stock has gone from, as long as you got to be paying attention, just like if you're long a stock. What if you were long this stock, TIRX, okay? You were long TIRX sitting up here a few days ago, okay? And you wandered away from your computer for 3 minutes. And even if you had had a stop in place on this one, it may have blown right through your stop. Maybe you would have had a few shares taken out, but it may have blown right through your stop. So, yes, you're right. You're in at 98. The most I can lose is 0. It can only go to 0. So you're right. In theory, shorting, you can lose infinity, for sure. But realistically, though, shorting, if you won't short, then you're losing half the market, in my opinion. And like anything else, when you short, you have to have a stop. Just like you go long, you have a stop. So the other thing, though, is that you have to make sure your broker has shares to short. That's the only difference. I mean, when you buy a stock, there is virtually no way that you can't get a fill, okay? Because, I think, you go in at market, you'll get a fill. But sometimes, each broker is different. That's why, we get a question a lot. Well, why don't you have a filter? Why doesn't Trade Ideas have a filter for shorts being available? That's because every broker can be different. You'll hear me say, oh, I want to short this stock like the earlier one, WHLM, okay? There were no shorts available for me at the time anyway, and there's still no shorts available for me at Interactive Broker. But somebody else might have Fidelity or Schwab, or, some other broker, and they say, oh, I've got shorts. So that's why we cannot have a filter, for that, because every broker is different. Also, within the day, this doesn't have shorts available right now, WHLM, but if I look maybe an hour from now, maybe they become available with people covering. Well, here's what you do. Practice in the simulator, all you have to do is just practice and see how that works. Let's short Y, okay? Yeah, that's a tough one because look at the spread. Yeah, Conrad, I would agree. I'm much more comfortable shorting this market right now. Not because it's terrible. The market, this is up, Dow's up, and the Nas is, only down a little bit, and the SPY is up. Problem is that I'm not seeing sustained upward trends right now. Are there some? Of course there are. What I'm seeing are more sustained drops or tops. Where stocks just top out, and then when they top out, they really start to drop. But listen, I absolutely am not trying to force anybody to short. If you're not comfortable doing it, but I'm just saying, though, that I think that you're not taking full advantage of the market. So let me take this short. I want to take EQS a short just to show you, okay? So I'm just going to hit the sell button. Boom. I am short, okay? See, it says negative 300 right here. So there's my position. That is the typical designation of a short position. A minus number in front of the number of shares, okay? Now, I put a stop. I'll put a stop, and I'll put a stop above, add the stop order. I'll put the stop at 820. Just make something up. Just showing you how it works. So I add the stop. Okay. Okay. And come on, stop order. There we go. So there's the stop right there. You can see on the chart. Okay, right there. So if it goes up to whatever it is, 820, I'll lose $51. All right, so there's just the reverse. If I were long this stock, I would have put a stop underneath, right? So it's just a reverse. Yeah, Conrad, you're right. Somebody on YouTube saying my gap up list and my gap down list are putrid right now in the pre-market. There were days where I would show you that my gap ups or gap downs would fill the screen. I couldn't even. There were so many that I couldn't even show you them all, even if I elongated the window. I mean, for instance, here it is. You know, it's frozen. It doesn't. I freeze it at when the market starts. So this was my gap up. There are many days, and I guarantee that they'll come back. That I could do this, and you still not see all of the ones that had gapped up, or on a down day, the ones that had gapped down. All right, guys. I think I'm going to get stopped out of the CLOV. Now, the other thing is, you don't have to wait to get stopped out. You know, if I get into a trade, oh, the clove, I'm sorry, this is the clove going up. If I get into a trade, and yeah, I've got to stop up here, okay? But if I don't like the way it's trading, because maybe I was anticipating a little break under 8, this was sort of topping out. Again, I'm just using this as an example. If I don't like the way this is trading, I can get out before my stop. You know, my stop is my absolute worst that I want to lose on this in the trade, okay? But there's nothing stopping me from just saying, you know what? I'm going to flatten. I want to get out. Don't like it anymore. So take a $38 loss, okay? So I don't have to wait to actually get stopped out at my, you know, my absolute loss point. Now we're going to see, was that good or bad? Okay. Well, stops, yeah, you're right. Stops don't always get filled, you know, on the way up or the way down. I mean, it's very rare. You know, it depends what you're in. If you're in a like, you know, if you're in a super volatile stock that has a very low float, you have to, you know, you run the risk. You know, that's why if you're a new trader, maybe, you know, don't. I know the attraction is to get into those sort of trades because, you know, they give you the biggest bang for the buck. But if you're a new trader, yeah. So far, Edit is performing in a stellar fashion, as I like to say. Funny, Zoro. So when you say does it interface with Trade Zero, are you talking about using Brokerage Plus? No. If that's what you're talking about, the only thing Brokerage Plus works with right now is Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. Yeah, I noticed that Clove actually appeared in my options scanner. So I'm going to wait on this one. I mean, it popped a little bit above the entry price, or the suggest. I mean, that's where it triggered at 907. So I will put an alert, see if it happens later on. All right, I saw some of you talking about Mara and Riot, so I'm assuming choppy, just really choppy. Our ARDX is weakening here. Here's the low of yesterday was 785. All right, guys, it's 11:22, so I'm going to just do a double check to make sure it is Andy in the YouTube room when I take my break. Okay, sorry about that. Just reading internal emails and discussions that take place and support. You're welcome. Well, you know what I actually did too? I put a delay on this for 15 minutes. Okay, so what I did was you don't have to do the same thing, but I put a delay of, where are you? Yeah, time of day. So I didn't want to see anything until the first 15 minutes, or until 15 minutes were up, to get maybe a better idea of the trend. But nobody has to do the same thing, of course. But that's what I decided to do, because as you know, things can be very choppy up and down the first 15 minutes. So I thought, well, maybe after 15, you get a little more definable trend, maybe. Yeah, so Ajit, the option scanner, I'm not trading the options, okay? All it's looking for is abnormal option activity. So don't get very many alerts, even on days where you have better trending days. Don't get too many alerts. I think the most I've ever seen, and that was an anomaly, I think I had about 10 alerts one day. Typically, I only get about 3 or 4. And that's because I've got some pretty tough filters in here. I have a price range. I could get more if I had to expand the price range. Current volume is at least 3, so it's trading 3 times normal. 500,000 shares, but these are the two. Has to trade at least 2,000 contracts, okay? And then it has to be at least 300% of normal. So in other words, for me to see a stock, it's going to have at least 6,000 contracts traded today. Okay, at least 3 times the 2. Okay. So these are pretty tough filters right there. And so if I see that, then that's telling me there's some abnormal option activity. So you look at Clove. Obviously the option volume is huge, 209,000. It does trade a lot of options every day. And there's, and that's 372%. So 3.7 times normal. So, I put this together, I don't know, I can't remember, maybe a couple of months ago. And we were getting some sensational alerts almost every day. I have to say, in the last couple of weeks, it's been a little bit hit or miss. Just because, now, every alert is not treated the same. So, for instance, even this one. You see, so you get an alert at 9:07 for clove. The first thing I do is I look left. What sort of resistance could it come into? So I see 923. Now, I'm not saying that 923 is going to be, the absolute resistance point. I'd rather not see that, though. I'd rather see something that had a lot of room, a lot of blue sky on top of it, or a void, or a gap, whatever you want to call it, on top of it, rather than that little, maybe a little stumbling area. So when I get an alert, that's the first thing I do, because every time I get an alert, it's at a high of the day. So I'm always saying to myself, okay, great, you're at the high of the day. Where could you keep going based on these higher time frames, the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart? Where is the next area of resistance? So, that's why we love to see big areas, big voids on top that, there's no guarantee it's going to keep going, but that's what we're looking for. That's what I'm looking for anyway. Okay, so that makes sense. So when you say what it can do, it's just giving you an alert. Not quite, Razak, only because that green candle right here is not completely engulfing the red candle. No. Here are the option filters that we have, okay? So again, I'm not trading the options, but we do have option players, who some say that using these filters can help you identify perhaps some interesting option plays, okay? So we have the put-call, some obvious ones. We have the put-call ratio. We have the option volume today. We have the put volume today, call volume today. So these are pretty obvious ones. Not so obvious is this one, the option volume. That's the average, and it's the average over the last 10 days contracts. That's where that 2,000 comes in. Okay, in my option scan. So, on average. And then this one is the option volume today %. So this is now saying, okay, I want to see a big jump in the average that has been traded over the last 10 days. So that's why I put 300%. So it has to trade at least 3 times what it has normally done over the last 10 days. Okay, so some have said, who trade options, have said, yeah, these help. These can help you because, I have to assume that, anything that is trading abnormal option-wise, it may give you an idea that, yeah, okay, I wouldn't mind trading the option in it. I don't trade options at all. So, so I can't say to you, oh yeah, it's absolutely going to help. Yeah, so we don't have the open interest or anything like that. Okay, yeah, confirmation that Andy will be in our YouTube room around noon. So this is what we call almost, within reason, an all-day short. with edit. I'm surprised. Let's see. Just take a look at edit. I mean, there's a reason why it's not showing up on the gap down and go. Option volume, oh, that's why. Maybe not. Let me just see. I want to break that one out. I want to break out the gap down and go. I want to see what filters I've got. Okay, so, oh, that's why. So I've got a $30 price. I have $30 as my max here. That's why edit is not showing up. Okay. So if you took this gap continuation or reverse and you said, you know what, I'd rather have a different price range. So you can do some editing because okay, let me just explain what you're seeing here. See, it says M, so it's a multi-strategy window. So what's happening is that I have got four alert windows in here. You know, I could break them out. This is just an alert window. Gap up and go, gap down and reverse. It's another alert window. Okay, so gap up and go is literally the stock gapped up and it kept going higher. Gap down and reverse, stock gap down and reversed. Gap up and reverse, gapped up and reversed. And then this is the one, the gap down and go. It gapped down and it kept going down. Okay, so that's a multi-strategy window. Typically, people use multi-strategy windows if screen space is at a premium. You have one monitor. You don't want to have a lot of alert windows all over the place, so you can put as many alert windows into a multi-strategy window as you want. What I also do, though, is I will like to group strategies that are kind of have a common theme, the gaps, and I'll put them into a multi-strategy window. That is correct that Goldman put a $20 target on edit, yes. Not that, we know where it's going, but yes, they did. So, but let's just say I just showed you that my max price-wise was $30. Well, there is a way in which you can go into each strategy or edit all the strategies at once. So if I right-click, configure all, I can check the ones. So if I wanted... So now I can do things like, okay, if I want a different price range for all of them, I can do it here. If I wanted a different volume minimum for all of them, I could do it here. I think that's all. Those are the only two, okay, the filters that I've got. So you can do sort of a mass edit if that's what you want to do. Hey, coin's having a good day, guys. Coin's having a good day now. It broke out of this area here. I know you guys were talking about it. There's about a $30 pop. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a couple of minutes. All right, I'm now back. Okay, a little action here for RFP. Look at this action here for RFP. Okay, this SGBX is starting to, wow, it's might be a little late. It's a cheap one. It's showing up on the options, on the gap down and go. It might be just a little bit late though. Guys, keep an eye on TSP. This could get interesting. TSP, this is the IPO from yesterday. It's hanging, it's down. I get it, it is down. But, you know, if it takes out this high at some point, it could get going. I'm assuming, William, you were playing a bounce. So here we go. So I closed out that again in the demonstration. Clove, C-L-O-V. I closed it out. So it's 19 cents below where I closed it. Now, this is correct, but you have to realize that this was a short. So actually, yeah, it's 21 cents underneath where I exited. So as a short, that's not good. You don't want to see a big negative number if you were short something. I got out of the trade again, demonstrating, because somebody asked me, how do you do a short? You just hit the sell button. Okay, it's really simple. This is having a day. Actually, this is having. Wow. I used to know these guys. Yeah, they. If I recall, this is. I think these are the guys that Muddy Waters absolutely destroyed years ago. RFP. I think they had four. I think I had Forest or whatever in China. I may be wrong, but I think this is the company. But wow, what a few months it's had. I mean, there's the bottom of the pandemic right here. But you know, you're talking a stock that was $1.11 and now is $14.48, and pretty steadily up, and it's moving. Moving. I haven't really looked at it for a while, Alcoa. No, how did you trade it? Pretty choppy. What did you do? Now listen, at some point it will probably have a bounce. I mean, you know, it's not going to go down forever, but man, RFP, is there some news on this? That's a big candle. I mean, big daily candle, big weekly candle. I mean, yes, it was already, you know, running up, but this is a big one today. Well, how about just looking at it here? So here's a 60-minute chart for Mara. And here's the daily chart for Mara. All right, guys. Wow. TSP is starting to move, guys. Is it positive now? TSP? TSP, this is the, no, not quite positive. This goes positive, another 50 cents or so. I mean, this could have a little run in it. TSP. IPO from yesterday. Now, did anybody hear me talk about Levi and suggesting, you know, it might be an interesting swing trade? Yes, that's the answer I wanted. Every day this week. Well, I do. Well, I know a lot of people though are into swing trades. So you know, I even though I'm not huge into swing trades, but I'll always like to point, you know, potential opportunities out. And I really was intrigued by the story. I picked my spots, Barrett. Yeah, that makes sense because I don't know what our short float percent is for this, but it's probably I don't know what it is that the WSB guys got a hold of this one today. Urban. Okay, I think we have an IPO, guys. Here we go. BMEA. All right, let's take a look at BMEA. That is an IPO. Let's see who's behind it. Biomea Fusion, and it's a U.S. stock. JP Morgan, Jefferies, and Piper Sandler, so some pretty big names. Okay, behind it, price range was 17, so it's above the range, and I'm trying to see how many shares. I can't believe they're gonna make me do some math. Looks like about 9 million shares. So not a big float, guys. This is BMEA. And here we go. So there you have it. JP Morgan, Jefferies, and Piper Sandler. $17 price range. Oh, I didn't see it right above me. I actually divided 17 and 153. Anyway, there it is. So this could be interesting. Oh, one moment, please. Yeah, I would be keeping an eye on this BMEA, guys. It's a low float, 9 million in the float. Again, I don't typically trade IPOs, but of the day of. So what I do a lot of times is I will stick a price alert. I'm going to stick a price alert right now. 222 right up here. 222, 20 whatever it is, 2022 something or other. So I'm going to stick a price alert up here. And especially if it takes about 2 hours, if that's the high of 2 hours, and then later on it takes that out, that might get me into an IPO the day of. Look at TSP, guys. It is starting to move. Has it gone positive? It's just about gone. Well, it's basically flat. Boy, INTZ continues down. This was a big one from the AI yesterday, and it continues down, INTZ. What do these guys do? INTZ, computer, okay, and Texas company. Don't see any real May 17th pre-market. What? That can't be. Oh, right, we're only April. Keep thinking we're in May. I'm going to say they can't be releasing tomorrow morning, Saturday. You did hear a cat. I'm going to wait until I take my break. So I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the YouTube room. So what I'm going to do is I'll put the YouTube link in. So when I take my break, you can. I think this works now. And you can head over there if you want. Yeah. Okay. So that's what it. So you'll daily support sessions live, and click on the link, and you're into our YouTube room. Okay. Was that you yesterday, Mr. D, that told me that my link wasn't working? If it was you, thank you. Somebody told me it wasn't working, and yeah, thank you. Cape Cod ruins my year in Boston. Yeah, wow, here's Clove. So even, okay, I mean, I'm going to be on my break, but I mean, there it is, Clove 907. It has come back. This could turn into an interesting option play. Not option, I'm not talking about, trading the options. I'm talking about the stock, but coming from my from the filter. Now, this is the area. I mean, if you can just take out 923 with any sort of oomph in it, I mean, then it's got some room, to the 10 mark. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Just a moment, please. Yeah, so James, before I go, then you're going to have to. I'm going to give you our home page, and you have to fill out those exchange agreements correctly. Somebody will try to help you. Okay, I'll give you the home page and go there right now. What changes? Okay, just a second, Andy, and just okay. I'll stop my streaming, Andy. I see you're in there. Exchange agreement fund. So I'm going to stop my streaming, Andy, right now.
Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me and see my screen. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, Jacques. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be. Good, thank you. Sounds like we are good. Sounds like you guys can hear me and see my screen. Hey, David, how are you? All right, everyone. Hopefully, you made the transfer from Barry's room. This is the trading studio. Not the trading studio, the Friday support webinar. And yeah, my name's Andy. I'll be taking you through the next hour. This is designed for a Q&A for anybody that may have questions about the software. Uh, of course, if we don't get any, we can talk about stocks. You guys can ask me my opinion on a chart or anything like that. But we do encourage anyone that may be having issues, struggling with the software, maybe a configuration or something like that, to please, this is the best place to come in and ask your questions. And I will answer them the best I can. And hopefully be using the desktop sharing feature. So Urban got a little jolt of volume here. I'm not sure what's going on there. But all right, as we wait, can you explain? Okay, Ajit. Yes, a gap scanner is basically good question. Let me pull up gappers. Let me pull up my up gappers. And what a gap scanner does, all it looks at is the gap percentage. Okay, I guess you could do a dollar gap as well, but percentage is obviously better because it's going to be relative to the price of the stock. So what happens with a gap scanner, and really there's not a whole lot to it. You don't need a fancy configuration because you're using the power of our columns. Okay, so if I look at my configuration here, you're going to see very few filters, just a couple. A price filter and a volume today. Okay, this volume today is very important. This prevents seeing stocks that may only trade 100 shares or something like that. You don't want to waste your time just somebody who just took the offer on 100 shares and it's done no trading other than that. But if it's doing 10,000 shares, especially some of these low float stocks and pre-market, there's a good chance there's something going on there. So very few filters, and the key is the sort column up here, the sort tab. You're going to see this is sorted by change from close, or you can do gap. These kind of work the same in pre-market. The difference is if you're just using a gap sort, okay, I can show you what's going to happen. Okay, what's going to happen is if you're using a gap sort, is this window is basically going to freeze as far as stocks moving in and out of it, because what happens is you're sorting by percentage of gap. Okay, once the initial print of a stock is made, there's no more change in the gap. Okay, that's it. Your gap is there. Your gap is from yesterday's close to today's open. Okay, so the gap is done. It's not going to keep calculating during midday because it's not a gap anymore. It's actually trading. Okay, but if you're doing a sort by change from close like I have on this one, and this is why I kind of like if you're going to have a gap scanner on your default layout, why I like using change from close, because it'll still show me the gap percentage. This change from close and gap are going to be the same in pre-market. But what happens is change from close is going to keep calculating during the real trading hours. Okay, so essentially all a gap is just basically the price from yesterday's close to where it's trading at in pre-market. Okay, and then once the initial print of the day is made, that filter is locked. There will be no change in the gap. Like this let's take a look at this GF. Well, that's a buyout. Let's see if we can't find a better one here. It's kind of, yeah. So this is a, looks like a warrants for this COLV, but let's just go to COLV. See, okay, you can see the gap this morning was 0.7. Only 0.7 was the gap up. Okay, but look at the change from close. It's up 27%. So this column basically freezes after the first print of the day. So I hope that explains it for you, Ajit. And most people, what they use it, they like to look at stocks. They figure the ones that are gapping up are going to be the ones in play. Okay. I will look at these in the morning, but I won't get so fixated on them because I know once they start going, they're going to start coming through like my alerts. And so I don't get too fixated on them, because a lot of times what happens, you start to thinking what a stock should do, and you'll be wrong. But anyway, that's how the gap works. Yeah. It's a good way to find day trades, because a lot of those are going to either continue going higher, and trust me, a lot of them are going to fail. Okay, so please don't think just because the stock's going up it's going to go higher during the trading days, because to be honest with you, a majority of them will sell off. All right. Jason Williams asks, why are the change from the close and the change post close different in the post market? They are the same in pre and in regular market. Well, I think what it is we want to give you the post market. We want to give you stocks that are moving in post market. So we don't want to include the regular hours because, well, we'll include it if it trades up a lot higher from where it closed. But to add everything that happened in the live trading day to post market, it would be too cluttered. Okay, what post market is designed to do is show you stocks that are trading up in after hours. Okay, so we eliminate the ones that traded up in live trading hours, because it would just really be confusion. You're not going to know which ones are actually trading up in after hours, or which ones had the big move during the day but they're just trading up a little in post market. So Jason, that's kind of why we do that. In pre-market, it's basically the same. Okay, you're obviously the pre-market is pre-market. You don't have the live trading hours unless you unless we included the live trading hours from the previous day, and that would be messed up. Ajit, what are some of the popular scans to find good ideas in the morning? I like this extreme volume high-low pro. Okay, you have access to this in the Traderz vault. If you just go to this channel right here and you click on it, you're going to see a whole bunch of alerts and scans in there. Okay, 2 of them are going to be, let me get my little pen here so you can see where my cursor is. Okay, 2 of them are going to be in there. It's going to be Extreme Volume High-Low Pro and Extreme Master Blasters. These can be very good at finding trades, okay, in the morning. And what these look for are stocks that are moving up on big volume, okay, and they have to be up a certain percentage, and you know they're looking for like a range breakout. Now this clove. Another one in there is called Momo. That's a really good one too. If you go in there, you're going to find one. I don't have it on my default screen because I just like using these. But there's one in there called Momo. That's a real good one too, Ajit. And these can be good for not only momentum trading but also for swing trading. A lot of people think just because a window is a momentum scan that it's only for day trading. That is really bad way of thinking, because a lot of your big moves start with the first day of just explosive volume, and then after that you'll get maybe 3 to 5 consecutive days. I could show you over and over so many charts that were coming through this window the first day of trading, okay, and you just forget about them because you feel like you missed a move. It's a day trading stock and I missed it, and you'll look at it 3 days later and it'll be another 20% higher. So these can be great for swing trading as well as momentum trading, day trading. The bottom row in this Trader's Vault are going to be some good ones for swing trading as well. So you take a look at that. This revenue growth fishing, I find a lot of good ones on that one. That's available inside the Trader's Vault. But Ajit, you know, there's so many good alerts. And if you want to, you could just go to that momentum channel. There's some good stuff in that. It's called Momentum. It's a guy running on it, if I can find it. Did he change the icon on me? There it is. Momentum. That's a good channel if you just want to go to a channel and let some ideas. The Extreme Master Blaster is going to be on there, and that alert that I told you called Momo is going to be on there as well. So okay, Jason says, what I'm noticing is that a percent is different, as if it is based on a different closing print. Okay, if you can send an example, probably the best thing to do on that one, Jason, is maybe an after hours. Probably won't happen today. Not a lot of stuff happens on Friday and after hours. Send an example, maybe a screenshot or your cloud link to your post market, or just maybe a screenshot would work, just of a stock that you think is erroneous as far as the percent being different. That's probably the best way to look at it, because I just don't know right off the top of my head why that would happen. Hi Iris, how are you? Get this clove. I was in. See, this is kind of the action you expect. I'm sure there's probably news on this thing, but you had a big volume bar on this day right here, and then look how it just bled off. And I'm seeing a lot of stocks do this, and they just keep bleeding off. And this is what you'd like to see on these plays after a big move, is they finally reverse and turn like that. But that's been really unusual lately. One that comes to my mind is Romeo, which, yeah, looks very similar to that clove. You had this huge volume bar. I mean, just look at that volume. And this thing has just been bleeding off for ever since. That is really disheartening. All right, Iris, I am looking for a scanner that can find good stocks after pullback. The price is not important. Well, Iris, I think I built a couple of these for you. I'm trying to think of one right off the top of my head. I'm trying to uh, think of that. What did I call that one? I'm trying to remember. But there's many things you can use for a pullback, and it's really subjective. It's not something that I'm a swing trader now, so I don't have a lot of stocks I'm looking for on pullbacks as far as day trading goes. Um, but if you could be more specific, I'll definitely and send an email in. I'll definitely see what I could do. But I know what was that one I built a while back? I can't think of the name of it. There was a good one. Gosh, that's the thing about it. You you get all these names and you can't remember what it's called. Uh, Let me see if I can see it. Rings a bell. Yeah. Well, listen, Iris. Right now it's a tough market. Okay, there's not a lot. I mean, you have these big caps, a lot of these stocks that are just moving higher. Uh, Not stopping. Yesterday I discussed it in my uh, and I'll share this rangefinder. And this is what I would do. This is my rangefinder. What all I have in it is just a bunch of ranges, all the way from intraday, a 60-minute, all the way to position and lifetime range. And so I can sort by position and lifetime range, and I can see all these stocks that are doing well. Now, for swing trading, what you might want to do is just take this. I'll share it with you, and just go in and put some alerts in. Let's see, Dell was really active yesterday, and it's active again today. Let's say you don't want to chase. For swing trading, a lot of times what I like to do is just find these really strong stocks and just come in and put pullbacks in them, so I'll be alerted to when they uh, happen. And I want to show you something, because let's pull up the spies right quick. And I showed this yesterday in my webinar. SPY's not even doing relative volume of 1, but look at all these stocks in here, okay, that are in year high range. Look at the relative volume on these. You're going to see where the money is flowing. A lot of money is coming in. Look at them. They're all over. I got to check to make sure that's right. That's just crazy. Let's just pull up. Yeah, relative volume there. Well, naturally, a lot of these things on 52-week highs, you got a lot of volume coming in. But this is where the action is. So, what you might want to do is take this, and maybe I'm not one to ever chase stocks that look like this. That's not the way you're going to make money. You'd rather be in it right here, when it kind of maybe after it gapped here, right here above this level. Look how it had a continuation. Okay. So I don't want to chase that. So maybe what you can do is maybe you look at stocks, sort by position and year range, and maybe come down a little bit and see if you can find stocks that are, haven't, like this one right here would have been a great one yesterday if you would have seen this, not far from its yearly range. Lifetime range is still a ways off, but look at all this space right here where this could, go from basically, once it breaks out of this range right here, there's a good chance it's going to make it to this 110 level. So you can kind of just take this. I mean, a lot of it is just, we do have some great alerts where you can just sit back and it'll show you, kind of give you some really good ideas. But we also have scans like this that can be so helpful just by doing your homework, maybe even like a 30 minutes a night or in the morning, and just come through and look at these stocks and then just mark them up when you see them. Uh, see if we can find some more. Let me, I'm going to share this with you too. Let me make sure I got it set up right here before I do. See, I don't have it. The only filter in here is I just want to see stocks over 500,000 shares. I don't want to. I like stocks that are kind of liquid. You could always change this if you want to. All symbols. Okay, but yeah, this is great because you can come in here and just stock. Obviously, if you're looking at position and lifetime range, they're going to be at the top of all these ranges. But a lot of it is just homework, and a lot of times you can just find these ones that are close to this their lifetime range. Just mark them up, So let me share this with you. And yes, it's tough right now. Anytime a market gets overextended, and Steve and I use the term it needs a bath. In other words, you'd like to see some washout so these stocks will set up again. So you just got to be patient, because a lot of that stuff, isn't working. So let me share this with you real quick. Rangefinder. I called it Rangefinder 500 because I used to have the 500 S&P 500 index in here, but I just thought it was easier if I just put a volume filter and an average volume filter in it and just search all symbols, because you don't want to miss anything just by excluding stocks that aren't in the 500. All right. Did I share already? Copy all. There you go. And yeah, you're going to see a lot of these things. And don't forget about our channel that you guys have access to, the TI strength alerts. They've been really look at this nice little cup. Didn't go through today, but all these are really showing signs of strength, and these will change every Monday. So, and there will also be one with the running total of all of them for the quarter, and then we'll clean it out after each quarter. But anyway, there's some great ideas in a TI strength alert for because he's been back tested, okay, for swing trading. Okay, you just have to learn, where you might want to enter. Don't, be patient. Look at this DAN on this day right here that came out, and if you were patient, you could have got it all the way down, when it pulled back on this day instead of chasing it up here like today. All right. So anyway, yeah, take a look at that rangefinder just for doing. It's great for doing homework. You can see what stocks are strong on several different time frames. So maybe you can always do like a 3-month range, okay, and then maybe find stocks. Maybe look over here and you can see how far they're away from the lifetime range. And that one it's already had a big move there. Anyway, there's several things you can do with this. The best place to put that, well, it depends on the setup. Okay, so in other words, if I have something like this LSCC, okay, I'm not going to, it's had a big move today. It can be good chance it will have a continuation move. Okay, if you're not a person to chase these big moves like this, it looks like it's about to go to highs too. This could have a 3 to 5 day move. I understand. I'm kind of that way either. I don't like to chase gaps. I would rather pull back and maybe find a level. So usually with a gap, maybe I would set one about, somewhere right in between. If it pulls back to that level, maybe I'll take a look at it, assess the market, assess the configuration of the chart and go, you know, with a pullback alert. Some of these, maybe if I'm looking down here on a I'm trying to find the best way to do this. Let me do position in year range. Okay, maybe I don't want to chase the ones that are 52-week high, but maybe some of these that may be, you know, heading that way. Oh, that would have been a good one this morning. See, this is not far from an all-time high. So if you were looking at this yesterday, okay, you know, you could probably put one right here above this kind of range breakout here. Okay, and there you have it. You know, it came on this move right here. So in this case, maybe I would put it right above this, you know, 3-month range here. So when it comes to like where you want to put price alerts, sometimes it's going to be a pullback. Sometimes I may be looking for it to break out of a range. So like I said, Iris, that is just subjective, and it comes with comes with practice. See if I can find another example. Well, this one right here, you know. Oh, this one right here is near its low, even though it's how did I get that one? Yeah, look, it's position in year range. It's close to breaking out of a yearly high, but look out where it is in its lifetime range. So this one, still, you can see that pattern there. Okay, if it were to break out of this level right here, you know what? Maybe I want to know about it. Maybe it doesn't happen for another week, but still, if I set a price alert in there, I'm going to be notified. So a lot of it is just doing homework and looking at some of these setups and just kind of going from there. Man, Clove doesn't want to stop, does it? Yeah, give it play around with it, Iris. It's just a good way to get, and that could be, you know, you can set up any type of you know, another one that I showed yesterday is position above all major averages. Okay, these are just stocks that are above all their major moving averages. Of course, there's going to be tons of them right now. This is probably not something I would be paying a whole lot of attention to because there's so many stocks above all their moving averages. But this is something if the market pulls back, okay, and say we get a 5% correction, which would be really easy to do in this market. Maybe this is something you want to dig up and say, okay, I want to find stocks, okay, even after this correction that are still holding up well. In other words, above all their moving averages. And this would be very handy for you as well. But like I said, right now, it's going to be just full of stuff just because of the way the market is overextended. But I'll share this one too. No, you're right. It won't stop above all averages. Yep, Clove. Boy, that's a nice one too. Where'd I click on that one at now? It was. See, you can pull up just about like this, you know, above all moving averages. You could pull this up and just short by relative volume to catch any, you know, any stocks that. Of course, a lot of these things are going to be big gap up on news, majority of them, but you know, this one wasn't really. What a beautiful move that was. Dang. Yeah, Ziggy, you're probably right, but you know, even though I may have that opinion, I'm not one to, definitely fight the tape today and would short it or anything like that. But yeah, I know a lot of good traders that look for what's called junk stocks that are moving, and they will keep shorting it until they're right, basically, and they're very good at it. Make sure I didn't miss anything. AYX. Yeah, I mean, I could see where you're coming from. This is one, and this would be on my. Let's see if that's on my revenue growth fishing here, and I'll have to see why it's not, because the quarterly revenue growth is there, average daily volume is there. It may be that it's not quite high enough. It has to be in the upper, I think, 70% of its 10-day range. Yeah, that should be there. I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. But to answer your question, yeah, that's interesting. Who was it that said that? Ziggy. Yeah, because what you have here, you have a nice long base. I always like, if I'm looking to do some bottom fishing like this, I do like for like about a long base, and really 6 weeks to 2 months is kind of that ideal range. It's not something I would guess at, but what I would do is, maybe put a price alert in, close to this high. It's okay to anticipate. In other words, when it gets close, to buy it, but when it's several bucks off, I'd be more patient and wait for it to kind of hit that range. Maybe start anticipating right there. When you hit these, you can hit them for really for a really big profit. The problem is it's hard to anticipate. Like on this day right here, probably a lot of people thought it was going to go. Got up out of it, hit like a 1 month high, and it failed. But so you got to have your set your stop, play size accordingly. All right. So if I was going to buy it right here, I would say to myself, well, I don't want it to hit a 1 month low at 82, so I would buy enough size so I could stomach a move all the way down to that 82. But it's a dangerous game because it is in a downtrend. So when you're wrong, you got to get out. But when you're right, you can definitely hit those for some big ones, and I've hit a few of them. JMU was probably I can't even remember. It's been so long since somebody help me out. Is it? I never can remember the symbol. JMU. What is it? No. Oh well. I thought it was. Oh well. Somebody will remember it here in a minute. Oh, does that have a big short float on it too? Oh, that's it. JMIA. Yeah. You can see it was way back over here, and it was coming through my revenue growth fishing. And let me just do this so you can kind of see. And this is you're going to see it looks a lot like your chart right there. This was kind of basically putting in a nice base, going sideways. It had some nice revenue growth at the time. And, I started nibbling on this day anyway. Finally, boom, I got it to go and got probably a, over 100% gain in that. So that was nice. Yeah, I finally thought of it. Thank you. Not looking all that healthy right now, though. Looks like it may want to have a date with this 200 day. China stocks have yet to get a decent bounce. China internet just kind of in an ugly downtrend right now, below all its moving averages. So I'm not sure what's going on, but probably, I'm not going to say it's a buying opportunity because I don't really know, but I don't mind taking nibbles on. Well, that probably needs a little work. I wouldn't buy that, but stocks that kind of been beaten up, but then they kind of put in that base and start going sideways. I'll definitely keep an eye on those. See if I can find any more. See, that was a nice little kind of a up down, upside down. Head and shoulders there in that band and trying to break out of a range. Interesting there. Yeah, you're right. I was calling that a China play, but it wasn't. It's not a China play. Yeah, yeah, it does. It could be a great little trading stock at times, but when when these things get in a downtrend, you just got to back away, get out of the way. There's a lot of stocks actually that trade that way, like the some of these alternative energy stocks are kind of like that. I've been waiting for kind of these plugs to maybe get a bounce. Uh, been beaten up. Actually, some of these solars got a nice bounce today for solar, running right into their moving averages though. Sun Power's not really doing. Tried. All right, let's see. Oh, okay, Jason. Yeah, send it to right here. Let me send you to the info at trade-ideas.com. Yeah, just send it there, and screenshot a stock, and then tell us what it's where it's at, or we can see where it's at and where it should be according to the close of the day. Uh, and yeah, there's always a chance there could be a bug, but we'll definitely take a look at it. Okay, Iris, what is actually the significance in previous scanner of position lifetime? Well, uh, you have, yes, lifetime is basically its all-time highs. All-time highs is position, and that would be if it's all the way over there, right? If the position is over 100, then it's an all-time high. That range will just show you the where the range is. See if I still got it up. Yeah. So you can always, if it's all the way covered like this and all the way over, okay, that's telling you it's above its all-time highs. Okay. If you see something like this where it's kind of grayed out, it'll tell you it's at, or if you hover over it, you can see where they're at, 99%, 99%. So these are all close to an all-time high. Now, they could have gone through and then come back down. Doesn't mean they're sitting there just on the verge. You can see this one right here. Tried to hit an all-time high this morning, boom, and pulling back. But yes, lifetime is all time. And some people like to focus, more on the yearly range. That could be a nice one as well. You can always, go to that. I'm wanting to make a scanner for volatility over 1.5 with volume. Are you? I'm not much of a volatility kind of guy. Are you talking about average, like average true range, something that's going way above its average true range, or I mostly focus on obviously volume and price movement. To me, that's true momentum. Uh, the best thing to do is load an alert window. I mean, I think you're going to end up seeing a lot of things, a lot of things that you see in these windows that I showed you. But you can go in here and you can search to see what we have for volatility. And we have volatility percentage. So let's take a look at it. Always, if you don't know what something is, we have a little help button down here, guys. You can just hit this help button. It'll pull it up. And it will tell you what it is. Okay, so volatility is a measure of how quickly a stock's price typically changes. These filters allow you to seek or to avoid stocks which typically move very quickly. We always express volatility. Anyway, I'm not going to read through the whole things, but it looks like they express it in moves in a 15-minute period. Okay. So, volatility filter 10 cents is only see stocks which typically move at least 10 cents every 15 minutes. So I don't know if you're looking for stocks that are normally volatile that have volume coming in. But what you could do in that case is I would use percentage and just add filter, and then just maybe do a minimum of whatever you'd want to use here. Remember, it's in a 15 minutes, so if you went like with a percent, that would be a big move. But maybe you just do like a 0.5%. Okay, and let's see if we got something. Volume. If I'd use volume in the 5-minute versus relative volume, because this is going to show you like stocks that just may get active during the trading day. And throw an average daily volume in here. It'll do 300,000 to catch some of these maybe low floaters that don't trade a whole lot. And come in, do a new high ticker, and do a percentage up from close. Change from close. Let's say it has to be up 2%. Add some columns. Relative volume. Let's do change from close first. Where's my change from close? Gosh, I got a lot of stuff in here. We want to do that volatility as well. Where's that volatility? And we can do by relative volume and 5-minute volume. See what we got. Okay, yeah, there's your Clove, there's your Marna. So you got some stocks that are coming through here. You got Workhorse. Now these would have been all coming through earlier too. So let's go through the morning. There's more available, so five-minute volume, 500. So you got Clove this morning coming through here. Now these were coming through earlier too. I didn't go back. There's more available. That one came through, but here's the thing. This is why I like to use a 10-day high when I'm doing my momentum alerts. It keeps me out of stocks like this that are in an ugly downtrend. And I'm just not going to chase them just because volume's coming in. You can just look at this daily and see that's really horrendous. Nice one there. Would have been probably coming through this morning. So I think this would work for you. These are stocks with the volatility of at least, there you go again. get suckered into something like that and just look at these dailies. Guys, I can't tell you how important this is. When you're building uh, an alert window, at least come in personally for me, I would use a 10-day, but maybe at least use a 5-day high to avoid stocks like I just showed you, so you don't get caught in them. So now let's run it back, and maybe we'll exclude all these funky stocks like this that it looks just horrible on the daily. See, this is why I would use a 10-day high. You know, it just, there's another one. Of course, that's early in the morning. Let's go back. Let's let the stocks trade a little bit. Let's go to about 15 minutes after the market closed. Now, these stocks may not be volatile enough for you. Okay, I just used a 0.5%. There's one that looked good, but boy, it just failed right at the. Today's a Friday. You're gonna find a lot of stocks that fail. Now this is one that I may stick on the. Trying to find a bottom here, but it's beyond meat. There's Clove coming through. Marna, nice move from Marna. Oh, it's an interesting stock. Fizz. To keep that on the radar for some extended move. Okay, I'll share this one with you, and what you can do, Ziggy, is you can come in and you can change that volatility if you want to. You can see the volatility numbers over here. So if you want to eliminate some of the ones, you could always put a percent in there, eliminate some of these ones that don't normally trade. So it looks like to me a lot of them, maybe you can put about 1.5 even in there. All right, so I will share this with you. Let me name it, and we'll say new high with volatility filter. And you can always go in and change the volatility parameter to 1% or 1.5%, whatever you want to do. Okay, new high, volatile. I spell it right. Hi Sam, how are you? Oh, thank you, Jason. Thank you for sending that screenshot. We'll take a look at it and get back to you on it for sure. Probably the guys are jumping on it right now. Yeah, it's probably that volatility will be an average of at least 10 days. Probably 10 days is what it's going to a 15-minute period. So they will definitely take an average on that. ED, how are you? What link are you referring to? And you're right, Mike. Yeah, anything associated with the home builders have been, XHB have been very strong. Of course, lumber and all your materials too that they sell have been skyrocketing, so I'm sure they're taking advantage of that. Okay, Sam, I'll take a look at it later on for sure, that email. All right, guys, I got about another 10 minutes. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, ED. highest volume bar of the day. A lot of times this will signify a top.
Order partially filled.
Also went into the
Order filled.
resistance over here. Got there. Our red line was showing you this. If you're using a new high alert, it will show you the red resistance line, and that's exactly where it ran into and backed off. Kind of, let's take a look at the round, see what the Qs are doing here. Just kind of grinding, try to grinding higher. And same SPYs just kind of doing nothing after a gap up today, trading sideways. Wouldn't be surprised to see us close like this. Saw IWM, are they finally playing today? Not really. All right, guys, I got about another 8 minutes. Garmin. That company just keeps on grinding higher. I can remember years and years ago, everybody thought they were going to go out of business because it's back when all they did was GPS, those little GPS things you would attach in your car, and it's like, oh, all the companies are coming out with it built into their cars, so there's no need, and plus all the smartphones have them too, so short, Garmin, it's going out of business, and look at it up here at all-time highs. Of course, if you did that with Blockbuster, you took that logic, you would have made a lot of money. Speaking of, what's GameStop doing these days? Nah, just nothing. Kind of, look at that relative volume too. There's just lusters kind of coming out of that. Doesn't mean it can't come back in though. You can't stop the REITs. Yeah, things are kind of dying. Boy, edit. What a brutal day that's had. Beautiful short over this morning. If you shorted that. I think some in the room did. Heard Barry cheering it on. Goldman did it to edit. Okay, Ziggy, you're welcome. Yeah, you can play around with that. Maybe get some ideas. Just playing around with that volatility filter to find what you like. I see your logic behind that. It's actually pretty interesting. Finding stocks that normally pretty volatile means, and when the volume does come in, they can even get that much more so. Let's see, David, as far as Garmin and the other real GPS, my Garmin is the only one that work when I'm with my dirt bike out in the Rockies. Ah, interesting. There you go. They must have the best satellite, David. Or satellites. Yeah, I had one of those at one time, and yeah, I never had any issues at all. It always seemed to work. Really good. All right, a few more minutes here. I'll go ahead and tell you now, because I'm when I hand it over to Barry, we have to make the transfer really quick and smooth, so we don't lose our signal. So have a great weekend, guys. Happy trading. Be patient if you're looking to take positions for a swing trade or anything like that. Sometimes the market, if you're like me and you take profits, quick after a decent move, and it just keeps going, don't feel like you got to chase it. I mean, there's plenty of opportunity. And this is sometimes, when I'll look at, some beaten up sectors, kind of like these solars today, having a nice move, even though they're running right into their averages, though. It still can be, a potential, well, you can day trade anyway, obviously, anything, but, sometimes you could take half off and see if it is going to be a move and they're going to finally get a rebound, but don't get stubborn if you're wrong and they roll back over. That's all I can say. My alerts are starting to die. It's a typical Friday afternoon now. Yes, great weekend to you too, Iris. Jacques, you do the same, buddy. Have a nice one. And Sam. I've been waiting for this INSEE. I've tried it a couple of times right in here. This is one that's been putting in a nice base, but it just has the hardest time, going. Just keep thinking it's going to get a nice little rebound, but it just stuck in the mud. Target back to all-time highs. Can't stop Microsoft. See if close is still kind of petering. Where'd my let's see. Something happened to my red line. Not sure what happened to the resistance line. It's on my, probably got to zoom in. There should be one right there. I don't know what's going on. PRA. Yeah, volume is a little bit suspect for me. I usually like stocks that trade a little more volume, but yeah, I can see it's looking pretty interesting there. eBet. Oh yeah, looks like a new issue. Yeah, that's definitely going to have some spikes up and down for sure. It's kind of an ugly day, gapped up. Clove is fading, that's for sure. All right, let me tell Barry. He's on deck here. All right, once again, guys, have a great weekend, and I'll see some of you, hopefully all of you, next week. Barry on Friday may not want to come back in. He may have called it a day already. Okay, looks like he's starting now. All right, guys, have a great weekend.
Thank you, Bob. You know what? This does have that look, guys. It has the look. I just can't bring myself to take it. You know, this RXRX, as Zach says, it has a look. I was really hoping it would just hold this line for a lot longer and then pop through it. But what I want and what the market's going to give me are not necessarily the same thing. So okay, so I am assuming you guys can hear me in YouTube now. We've been talking about edit. Okay, the edit short quite a bit. Still valid, still working its way down. We've also been talking about the IPO, RXRX. Great pedigree behind it with Goldman Sachs and I think JP Morgan and some other, or it might have been Morgan Stanley. The IPO price I think was 17, so this is a big premium. And you're telling me, Ija, thank you, you can hear me okay. Well, the only positive thing I can say about Trix, well, when I looked at it, it had a penny spread. Now it's 7 cents, but at least the spread is tightened up for T. You don't mean Trix, I know you mean TIRX. What do you mean? Are these from legitimate companies? What do you mean by that? It's an IPO from yesterday. So I don't know what you mean by is that legitimate? It's an IPO from yesterday, so I mean the reason why it can be so frothy is because it had such a low float. Not many shares were issued, so again, I don't know what you mean by a legitimate company. All you can do is do something like this. So here it is, X Esports Technologies. I mean, here is who's behind it. I don't know Boosted. You want to look them up? I mean, I don't know. Ooh. Okay, well, I may get my wish later. Sorry, flying. All right, so now I'm going to stick my alert 3222 and see what happens later on. That's kind of what I mean, I didn't want, I'm sorry that you had to get out of your trade, but I was kind of hoping that it would maybe not do this as a pretty good pullback, almost 10%. No, it's an IPO, KJ. It's an IPO. I mean, it just started yesterday, so it's not it's not an upgrade or a downgrade. It's an IPO from yesterday. So, second day of trading. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, the IPO price was $4, and for it to get up to $6.54, that's crazy. But in fact, even higher in the pre-market, it got up to 57 or so. So. The Tattooed Chef. Man, remember the hype about this one. I can't remember what the SPAC was that it was before, became Tattooed Chef. Really, I mean, it did okay. I shouldn't say that. I mean, it did get up to $27. But, after that, interesting, Zach. All right, guys. I just wanted to show you how this worked. I'm going to flatten out of the Levi trade. This was took yesterday. So you just highlight it and flatten it. Flatten means get out. All right, guys, what time is it? 1:09. So I've been remiss. I should have been mentioning this before. Thank you. Here is the test drive. I'm going to put the test drive link in here, all right? I was actually hoping, I thought maybe we'd have what we call our landing page for it. I'll probably have it over the weekend. But at this point, if you click on this link, the test drive link, what you're doing, just to explain what the test drive is. So it'll start May the 10th, so less than a month from now, on May the 10th, and it'll run to May the 21st. And that is that is 10 trading days. So for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for 10 trading days. May the 10th to May the 21st. So, and just so you know, it's not 10 days no matter when you sign up. You get 10 days if you sign up on the 10th, okay? If you miss the first day, then it's only 9 days. It is depreciating, okay? Just so you know. But it'll cost $8.99. And again, you'll have access to our full premium service. By filling this out, what will happen is you'll get an email probably about a week before the test drive starts, just to remind you that you wanted to be notified about it. You know, you're not paying us right now. And if you get the email and you don't want to do it, you don't have to. But the email that you do get, it'll show you how to sign up. Obviously, we'll take the $8.99 and get you ready for the test drive. If you have our standard service and you wanted to try our premium service for those 10 days, you can do so also for the $8.99. So that's the test drive. Next, TI Strength Alerts. Oops. Okay, so the TI Strength Alerts. This is more geared. This is a really, really low cost entry level to trade ideas. Okay, mainly geared for people who aren't able to sit at a computer all day long, don't want to do that. So if you click on this, it'll give a good description about what it is. It'll cost you $17 a month, and what happens is on Monday morning you'll get a list of 5 stocks based on this algorithm. If you read all this, Strength Alerts, it's based on a Strength Alert algorithm. It takes the top 5 stocks and delivers them to you. Okay? How you trade them, you can follow sort of the guide on how you might want to trade them, but of course how you trade them will be up to you. So that's for $17 a month. Now, if you are a current subscriber, you have access to this for free. Okay? And if you click on New, Channel Bar, and then Strength Alerts right there, okay? So if I click on this, I think everything is pinned. So when you click on this is what you're going to see. So here is the blurb that if you get the email, you won't get an email. You just have to go here. Here is the blurb that you get for each stock, why it was chosen, okay? And you have a little top list and alert window. So that is available to all of our subscribers, okay? But as an entry level to trade ideas, for $17, you can always try it out. A trailing buy command to follow a stock on the way down and then buy it on the upward swing. That would require some kind of a... So that's going to require some kind of an alert window strategy that you create. I mean, I'm not 100% sure how you would do it. So you're talking about you want to see a stock bounce, in essence, and then take it on the bounce. Is that right? So, Dread, I mean, obviously, I can't answer that question. I mean, I work for Trade Ideas. I'm the moderator of the trading room, but others can chime in. I have no problem. Trade Ideas is not for everybody, but I'll let other people chime in if they want to. So, but is this what you're wanting to do? You want to have a strategy that shows basically a bounce. Oh, I see. I don't think you can do that. You know what? That's a question maybe for Michael Noss. I don't think you can do that. You're talking about placing an order and having it drift down, 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 as in case the stock keeps going down. I mean, you could obviously do it manually. But if you're talking about in an automated way, I don't think so. But you know what? Why don't you send that question? Oh, I'm sorry. You want to do it manually? Oh, okay. Well, then why don't you do? Okay, for instance, I'll just use Dan as an example. Okay, so why don't I place an order to buy it on a pullback to 26.36? I'll take 500 shares and 26.36. I think this is going to work. It may not. I've never tried it like that, but let's see. So I place the buy order. Okay, there it is. Now, yeah, I think I see what's happening here. I tried this before, and for what? Yeah, it seems to want to just keep springing back. I don't know why. Oh no, it's down. No, I see, he keeps wanting to spring back. I think I know what you meant. Then you want to do it manually, put it here, but if it starts approaching it and it keeps moving down, 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 you want to keep moving this line down, following it, and then on the pop, you want to place it maybe above, and then take it. Yeah. Yeah, I see. I tried that a long time ago. Well, I wanted to see. I thought maybe I don't know why you can't move the order on the chart. That's something that you might want to just, go to our homepage and ask that question. Michael Noss will probably know. But just looking at this, I don't see how it just wants to pop up to that price. Yeah, I see what you're saying, James, but I mean, it has to be more. I mean, that I guess that's a kind of a workaround, but yeah, I'm surprised you can't move the line. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I don't know any way around it. I mean, obviously, you could, get rid of the order. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. I can't seem to do it on this chart. So, well, let me just ask the question. Okay, I just asked the question to other, like Andy and Steve, who have more experience with Brokers Plus than I do. You found the answer? Tell me. Tell me. In the position section, okay, so Dan, be like this, okay? Okay, so, okay, wait, I love it. I'm going to get rid of that order. Okay, so now in Dan. So what do you want me to do? Are you talking about, okay, 100, okay, 100 shares, but 100 at the market? Well, pardon my ignorance. But pardon my ignorance, you do that, you're going to take the trade. If you buy it, you're going to buy it at the market. Or am I missing what you're talking about? Well, it seems that this trade will execute immediately. Are you sure this is correct? Click OK to submit or cancel to. No, I'm not understanding. If I buy and I say okay, so now I'm in the trade. That's obviously not what you want. So, ah, ah. Okay, okay. Well, let's try that. So, okay, 27. Well, how about that? Whoops. No, no, that didn't work. It didn't work. It took the trade. Let me try it again. Well, this is getting my interest. Okay, so 27. So I'll put 27. Okay, so here's the line up here. Now, what do you want me to do? But aren't you trying to get it so that you want to follow it down? So just not below the price. Just not below the current price. Okay. So you kind of follow it down. But see how it popped back up? Now it came back down. Seems like a crazy. If you can do it, great. So as it keeps going down, down, okay, I guess you can try that, I guess. Real, tell me you were in edit. Well, I think I'm understanding. So I mean, if the price keeps going down, 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 you're just going to keep dragging it down, 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 and then wait. And then if it pops up, you'll just leave it there and take the trade, right? It's too bad you can't put it below and then move it though. All right, guys. So this RXRX, okay, almost kind of did what I wanted it to do. Excuse me. So let's just see. I've got my alert set up in this area here. How many? This is 1 hour now. Like to love to see a couple of hours, so I may not be here. Actually, this came out too late. But I do have an alert set up in this area for RXRX and see if it takes it out. One more surge down for edit. I'm being asked how to play how to play Playboy. It's pulled back, I think, right? A little bit. Well, I mean, obviously we're in a bit of a downtrend. I mean, it has to be some profit taking. So I don't know. Are you talking about playing it intraday? You're talking about shorting it to a certain level? Are you talking about taking it for a long trade? So when you say how do you play it, what are you talking about? Right now, I mean, it's, on an intraday, it's kind of choppy. So, I mean, obviously the trend looks down. Yeah. So for me, it would have to. Oops. I mean, but you understand. I mean, it's pretty darn extended. I mean, look at this weekly chart. I would have to wait to see if there's more selling. I wouldn't be trying to predict that. Okay, now's the bottom, and now I'm going to get into it, and it's going to move higher. So I'd have to wait to see if yesterday's low held, actually, number one. So yeah, well, it had legs. It really had legs, didn't it? You know what? This one has surprised me. The GSX. Still strong. This China education stock that's just been thumped. Yeah, well, you showed me that on the Dan, so it's the same thing. What I should do. Yeah, well, we did that with the Dan, right? We just kept moving it down slow, lower and lower and lower. Got two orders in here. Should get rid of one of them. I don't know. Is it under federal? I mean, I know there's some law firms, those law firms that specialize in class action suits are all over them, but I didn't know it was under federal investigation, Clover. You need to resubscribe my standard. Will I get to upgrade to premium during the course of the free trial? Well, it'll cost you the $8.99 to upgrade. So if you want to do that, yes. If that's what you're talking about. I was actually hoping that we'd be able to just turn a switch and give everybody who has standard premium, but I guess technically it's just difficult to do. So you have to pony up the $8.99. No, this LFMD had an interesting day yesterday. Finally stalled on the way down. Now trying to come back. Actually, a big bottoming tail here. Trying to come back now. LFMD. TSP, guys, is still hanging around that 40 level. Just a little above yesterday's close. Like an IPO from yesterday. Yeah, edit may have run out of steam. Boy, LFMD is really, will it take out 10? If it does, the next high looking left is around 1144. It's a low float, 15 million in the float. Okay. So this is, okay, so they're responding to the short seller report. I don't know if I don't think I'll have it here. That's the Culper Research Short Report. Okay, so of course they're responding to it. I thought they actually did it yesterday, but at any rate, starting to come back a little bit. Yeah, I've been sort of following the Clover, but not as not in as much detail as you have been, Siggy. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, PJ and his swing. Let's take a look at Fizz. 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 Okay, guys, again, that little, not little, but the TSP is just hanging right at that 40 mark. So it's up 10 cents from the close of yesterday. Which is relatively impressive. I mean, it got down to 39. Well, it's only $1. This is sliding away. If you want to see the positions of your stock, where would I see it? So what do you mean exactly? You're talking here, the positions? I mean, right here? So I'm not sure. If you're talking as if you bought 50 stocks? Okay, I think I know what you mean. Well, you need more. I don't have that column. But here, like today's profit percent, for instance, you can either do it obviously in dollar or you just have. Whoops. Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit better here. Again, I don't think this feature is available for you guys yet, but okay. Well, let's take a look at the columns that you have. Okay. So today's percent profit, total percent profit. Um, you can try these two columns. I don't use any of these columns, so but you can try those columns and see what that is going to give you. But is this what you're talking about right here, like today's percent profit? 0.56 as an example for Levi. All right, you buy 10 shares at $1 and it drops to 75 cents, so you're down 25 cents, and you bought 10 shares. You mean 10 more shares at 75 cents? Oh, okay. Well, it'll tell you what your open P&L is, certainly, on that. So if okay, let's just take a trade here. I'm going to buy Craig. So there I am. There's my open P&L. Now if it drops, if it drops another dime or something, if I buy another 100 shares right now, so now I've got 200 shares. The open P&L is still a dollar under. Is that what you mean? I mean, your open P&L, now it's, 50 cents. I mean, the thing is that, these buys were almost at the same price, right? So, but I'm sure if I bought it at, if it had a big drop, like down to $7, and I bought another 200, it's going to adjust the open P&L. So if it popped up, so say I bought, it got down to $7, and I bought 200 shares, another 200 shares at 7, and then it's going to show me what my open P&L is, and then obviously that's going to change it'll change if it goes down, but it'll also change if it goes up. So let's say price goes back up to 715. So my two first buys were at 720. My last buy was at 7. So it'll all be reflected in the open P&L. The other thing you can do if you don't know, okay, guys, okay, well, we had to watch that. So now that is it for me in edit. I was watching this. I didn't want it to take over 34. So I'm all gone to the edit. But what I wanted to show you also is that you can put a sound alert on all this. You have to have the executions tab and just right click and action. So you can put a sound alert the same way you can do with any of the other sound alerts, okay? And so what happens is when I get into a trade, if I take a trade right now by Craig, I hear a sound alert, okay, when that happened. But I mean, obviously, I know I'm buying it right at the moment. But if you want to buy something on a pullback, like you want it to pull back to a certain price, so you put it in there, and then if it takes the trade, you get the sound alert, so you're not having to watch it. So again, you have to have the execution tab open and just right click actions and just create the sound alert for it. Well, to answer your question earlier, yes, it'll get up to 15. It has a chance, yes. And that's why you cannot walk away. I mean, that was a pretty big move. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Just give me a moment, Bruce, while I just finish this bun. Okay, just a minute. Yeah, so our provider has no short information whatsoever. And in fact, I'm just looking at a couple of other sites all over the place in terms of even the number of shares short. For instance, I see you're saying 100%. I see 27% at FinViz as an example. Okay, so it's just that whatever for whatever reason, and I know the answer I'm going to get when I ask Brad. I drive him nuts on this. It's because I don't like the answer. In fact, I'm going to see if I get an answer. I don't like the answer, but just because it was a SPAC and not that long ago, for some reason, the short float and the short float information is not necessarily valid. But anyway. All right, I'll just pass that on and find out. I'm sure he's going to say our provider just doesn't have it. My answer to that, change providers. But I mean, seriously, I don't know. Yeah, this is on an upcoming development version, okay? Yeah, if you put good to cancel. I mean, that's exactly what this will mean, okay? But I don't know when this is coming. It's a development version. I don't know when it's coming, but you're right. It's good to cancel. So yeah, you go away, put your stop in, and take off. A little. I mean, I'd never do that, but yes. What do you mean diamond hand is all that bad word? What do you mean, real? Yeah, it will. Yes. But you know what I would do? Be 100% honest. I would put it in my broker's account too. In fact, that's what I would do. I mean, listen, I'm sure IB and E-Trade are fine using Brokerage Plus, but what I would do, I mean, you can't have too many, I wouldn't think, but what I would do is I would absolutely make sure that it's in my brokerage, in the broker software by doing it that way. That's what I would do. I'm not saying Brokerage Plus wouldn't do it, but I would make absolutely positively for sure entering it into my brokerage platform. Well, not sure I understand what you mean, Night Fox. So now we do link with, I mean, Brokerage Plus links with it. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. Linking connection for the E-Trade Pro desktop app. I have no idea. I mean, whatever that video says in terms of linking, making sure you're connected to your E-Trade account. I don't know E-Trade well enough to know what you're talking about, the desktop app. Like, how different is it from, are you talking, like, I don't know what you mean. I know what a desktop app normally means. Oh, okay. So isn't that what it's linking to? Isn't that what you're connecting? Not unlike IB. If you're talking about a web-based version, I mean, no, IB has a web-based version. I'm sure E-Trade does. I don't think we link well with web-based versions, so it's always the desktop app. Yeah, so I mean so you haven't tried it yet. Yeah, well, I'm almost 100% sure. I mean, that's what when you click on live and you choose E-Trade, that's what you're connecting to. When you set it up, that's what you're connecting to. Well, guys, I had to make sure that my sound icon wasn't turned off. I've had no alerts for quite a while now. So, Mustafa, when you say can we link Thinkorswim, are you talking about linking it to Brokerage Plus or just in general, so that when you click on a symbol, it loads into the Thinkorswim platform? You cannot link Thinkorswim with Brokerage Plus, and they could be a long time, months, if it happens. Number one. Okay, in general, yes. How can I? There is a script. Can you take if I show it on my screen? I can't post it in YouTube. It's too long. If I post it on the screen, can you take a screenshot? I know it sounds Mickey Mouse, or you can go to our homepage, and they would give you the same script. How you actually can connect. Your choice. I can put it here. You can take a screenshot. Yes to a screenshot. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me know when you've done it. Excellent. So what we were talking about, somebody asked about linking with Thinkorswim. So, yes, we have this relationship now, Interactive Brokers and E-Trade, so that you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade your accounts. But we also link, which is just a time saver. We link with many other brokerage platforms as a time saver. And this is an external linking tool. Show it up on my other screen. But it's an external linking tool. And all it means is that if you can establish the link between trade ideas and your broker, it's just a time saver. So when I click on an alert, for instance, it loads into your broker's platform, into your order entry, and from there you can trade it. That's all it is. It's just a time saver. If you're not clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it's not the end of the world. You'd have to type the symbol in. But if you're like me, I'm clicking on alert after alert all day long, then it's nice to have it in the order entry without my having to type it in. No, I'm not talking to you, Night Fox. Okay, for that, you better go to our homepage. I'm definitely out of... that's out of my realm. If you can't, if there's something going on that you cannot connect. So there are differences. There's an E-Trade Pro, and then there's another. Obviously, that's not the E-Trade that we connect with. But you know what? Why don't you head to the homepage and just ask the question. We've got a couple of the guys are there. I see them there. Here's the link. Okay, so Anis, there is no way to scan for IPOs, okay? But I'll show you what I do, okay? So first of all, I want to make sure you're listening and you can see what I'm going to do. Okay, great. So, first of all, I'm going to give you a website, okay, so that you can actually see the upcoming IPOs. Number one, there's nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is the website that I use. And it looks like this. So I'll pop the link in, number one, okay? So it looks like this, okay? So if you go to the calendar, as an example, if you go to the calendar, IPO calendar, so now you can see... for 16, so this is today, AKYA, I guess. I don't know if it came out yet. But this is for next week, 21st. This is on Wednesday. So here's RXX, here's BME. I know these came out. I don't know if the AKYA came out. Okay. But so here are the upcoming ones for next week, as an example. Okay. Now, one of the things, but this is not foolproof. With our halts resumes, for instance, you see BMEA, but RX, so it's not foolproof. But if you have the halts resumes up, a lot of times you're going to see this. You're going to see an IPO that shows up as a resumed, okay? But I noticed that RXDX didn't show up. So this is what I would do. Little bit of work, but not much. Okay, so let's just say for next week, where are the ones for next week? So here they are, okay? So there's DV. And, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Barclays, etc. So maybe this is, if you want to do them all, great, but there might be some IPOs that you really want to know when they come up. So for instance, this is what I'll do for DV. I'm just going to back this up. I'm going to type DV here. Okay, so of course it's not trading yet. I'm going to put a price alert. Create a price alert. And, I'll put $1. Save. Okay, now you have to have your price alerts window active. It doesn't have to be displayed. It can be minimized. But let me just show you what has happened. Okay, so if I scroll down here, I gotta get rid of some of my price alerts. In fact, let me get rid of them all till that one. Okay, so you see DV is here. So if you minimize the window and you sort on the triggered column, and if you don't know how to get the price alerts, oh, I'm glad you said, I'm glad you changed it from useless to useful. So if you don't know how to get the price alerts window, just click on new and price alerts. Okay. So now what happens is when DV starts to trade, this window will pop up on your screen. Okay. And of course now you can do the same with, well, I'll do them. Why not? Maybe I might be interested. So now I can do the same with the other ones coming up. NPCE. So a little bit of work. You know, I'll do NPCE. Do the same thing. Create a little price alert. $1. Save it. And boom, here it is. Okay. So that's sort of a workaround. Okay, great. Yeah, I like that. That website I think is very good because you can, not only, I mean, you see everything about the IPO. Who's involved, when it's coming out, of course, the number of shares, the potential IPO price. So I think it's a pretty good website. I'm sure there are other IPO websites out there, but that's probably the best one that I found. Okay, so JTO, well, I mean, yes, I mean you will be able to link. Now, when you say link, in the way in which I was describing before, so that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your platform. You're not be able to. Yes, okay. Sure, yeah. I mean, there is a script. You know what I posted. If you want to get prepared for it ahead of time. Just maybe keep this in a file somewhere. Again, if you want to take a screenshot, this is how you would do it. But we would help you too. I mean, if something went wrong, we could always, you can always contact our tech support. Okay. Did you? Sorry. Did you want to take a screenshot or not? I mean, you can always ask, during the test drive, but okay. Yeah. No. The test drive is fully functional. Okay. The only thing that we don't allow, and I wouldn't recommend it anyway, even if you were a non-test drive subscriber, is fully automating the AI. Okay? In other words, I know a lot of people want to do that. They want to take the AI and they just want to automate everything, let it run. We don't recommend it at all. Okay? But you're bound and determined. You would be able to do it in the simulator. So you turn all the strategies on and you run the simulator and you can just see how it would work. Okay? So that's the only thing. But you can create your own strategies. And if you wanted to run in auto mode, you could do that with your own strategies. What the heck is real talking about? Let's see. Count the pullbacks of the 5/8. 1, 2, and then it broke down through it. Or you can do just what I do. I just kind of guess everything. I'm kidding. Hey, look at a little move in the SPY, guys. I really haven't paid any attention to the SPY, but there is a little bit of a move here in the SPY. A little move out of this little consolidation in the 15s. So the Dow's up, SPY's up, tech is basically flat. Man, no alerts in the last half hour. No, no, I'm not. No, Anis, there is I'll give you a link for it. There's a what I call the main trading room. You're in the YouTube room. It's fine to be there, but there's more action in the other one. It's not a Discord room. Now, this is the link for it. Okay, and it kind of looks like this. Okay, more activity, more talk, more chat, not chat, more trading. Okay, Mustafa. Yeah, I know. That's kind of the. I guess that's the default, but I mean, this is well. I hate to say the term a lot better, but it's a lot better. If you want to have more interaction among other traders, definitely more action in the other room, the main room. Okay, so I don't have Thinkorswim, Mustafa, so I can't give you a screenshot. So I'm not sure how I can help you there. You might be able to maybe somebody else on our homepage, if he asks that question, might be able to help you. Okay, this is the homepage link. Did you take this long? No, he wants a screenshot. A screenshot how the linking will look like. Yeah, he says when I click on a symbol in Trade Ideas, it will give me a buy order window on TOS. Well, isn't that what you want? I mean, isn't that what you want, though, Mustafa? Like, oh, what I want, you should want it in your order entry at least. Maybe you didn't put it in your order entry. Okay, so Sam he just links the chart and the active trader. You have to set it up every day. This is somebody in the other room. You might, okay, I'll tell you what, go to the homepage, okay? They may be able to help you better than I can. That's a script that I have been given forever. And, okay, Sam is going to go to YouTube. So hang on, Mustafa. Because he uses Sink or Swim. Thank you, Sam. Okay, SP, hi, I just found out I cannot download Windows 10 on my Mac. What are my options? So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Are you talking about using an emulator? So you want to use an emulator? You want to use something like Parallels or... See, there's another one. I mean, I'm assuming that for those of you who want to, use Trade Ideas on a Mac, we have the web-based version, not fully. You don't get Brokerage Plus. It's okay, but it's not fully. It's not exactly the same as the app. How's that? So then you can use an emulation program like Parallels, which I'm assuming means that you have to be able to download Windows also. Yeah, well, Parallels, yeah. Parallels is, in fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you, SP, and then I'll answer Stan. A podcast was done. A podcast was done. Can I share him a link to another YouTube channel? Boy, I don't know. Or Sam, active trader. Okay. Okay, so for Mac users, you can do 3 ways. You can use the web-based version. If you only have one monitor and you don't care about Brokerage Plus, you don't care about having a simulator, then the web-based version is fine. You have some limitations. You can only have 5 charts, things like that. But the web-based version is fine. It looks, you can create alerts. Everything is real time. Okay. But if you've got multi-monitors and you do want to use Brokerage Plus, then you have to be using it's only available with the application. So yes, if you watch that podcast, we have people at Trade Ideas who have Macs. And so they'll use an emulation program like Parallels. Okay? And then that allows you, it's a Windows emulation program. So that allows you on a Mac to use a Windows-based application like Trade Ideas, okay? Or the other option is to do something like with Amazon Web Services, AWS, okay? And I guess the term is creating a virtual machine, and you can do it that way too. But if you watch the podcast, Mac users, it'll tell you, it'll give you the 3 options. Okay, so that's it for USP, okay? And now Stan, is there a way to display the earnings date in a format like April 20th instead of +5? No. So, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you have, but here is the earnings date, okay, in the single stock window in English language. Now that's the only way. So it'll tell you like March 29th post market. I think it goes maybe 45 days forward, 45 days back. No, no custom, no. Yeah, I've heard about VMware also. Yes, I think most of the guys at Traderz seem to use. I think they use Parallels, but yeah, I mean there are other emulation programs for sure. And somebody just Lacutus just popped in and said that Parallels just released version 16.5 that supports the M1 chip. So I think that happened a little while ago, right? Or is that brand new? Okay, so and he's saying he doesn't know that VMware supports the M1 chip yet. All right. The M1 chip is brand new? Okay. So Parallels is on it. Okay. Oh, just this week. Okay, that's how. I'm not a Mac, obviously I'm not a Mac user. So, okay. So Parallels then just released the M1 chip support this week. So that seems to be pretty solid then to use Parallels. Just a moment, please. That was yeah, what is MO? I haven't seen this one for a while. Hasn't been doing very much. Really? Peyton Manning is going to go on and talk a little NTF about an HOFV. He's not going to talk specifically HOFV. But he's going to talk about NTFs. Yeah, you can't reset it, okay, Night Fox. Okay, you can only if you got out of all your trades by the end of the day. Let me get out of this. If you got all your trades by the end of the day, then you will have $100,000 the next day. You start off with 100, but if you keep trades, and of course, you know, if you have 50,000 worth of stock, then you only have 50,000. If you hold over 50,000 to the next day, so you cannot reset it during the day though. I'm going to explain why. Eventually, thought we were going to do it last year, but eventually we're going to be able to do some gamification of this. So we can't have people just wiping out trades they didn't like during the day. Well done. Wow, that's a nice, yeah, definitely a nice move. Guys, I only had the one trade, just the one trade today, and that was the edit short. Let me just check something, Stan. Let me just check one thing here as far as a custom formula. I don't think so, but let me just check something here. Yeah, I don't think this is what you want, though. I mean, you can get Monday, Tuesday to Friday. I'm just looking here, day of the week. I've never even tried this. So I guess you could create a formula day of the week, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is really, it's not really a calendar. Yeah, you too, Real. Thanks for popping in with your clove jam. So I may shut down a little bit early, guys. I mean, I know I usually shut down at 3, but maybe quarter to 3 or so. So I think I'll say closing of the room. I'll always say later if there are questions. And next week, well, we've got earnings season full speed ahead. A couple hundred companies, a little over 200 companies releasing earnings next week. Love you too, Asif. No, don't save your questions until even 3:45. I wouldn't be there, right? But always one wise, you know what, in the group. You are, and that will be you today, Ija, somebody from their YouTube room. So again, you got questions. Now is the time. Not that there's any time you can't ask me questions, but well, now you know, my trades. You know the room exists. It's like this Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to usually 3 p.m. I'm just going to maybe shut down a little early today. But we do start at 9. Real is a great trader. He's been in the room for a long time, and he doesn't officially work for Trade Ideas. But why his posts are in red is because sometimes when I take a bit of a break and he's in the room, he can kind of, he doesn't get on the mic or anything like that, but he can kind of make sure everybody's on topic, things like that. Well, you can ask me most anything, Sam. I don't care. Even if it's off topic. Well, it depends what the topic is, but, as we're winding down. Look at the SPY, guys. A nice little move heading into the week end for the SPY. Okay, no more food for you. No food for you. Just a minute. No. You didn't hear the... Didn't hear? Oh, she was here. But just in case you didn't, there she is, all her glory, all her little poodle glory. She looks like a real sweetheart here. I'm not saying she isn't, but she's got a side to her. And what I should do is, I have an awesome video of her. We play frisbee. You know, when you see a little poodle like this and jumping in the air and catching a frisbee and bringing it back, it's pretty amazing. Normally, that is not a poodle's domain. And the roaring kitty, yes. Does earnings week make topping and bottoming tails difficult to call? I have no idea how to answer that. No. I don't see why that would make any difference. If you see a bottoming tail or a topping tail, definitely in the top two in terms of smartest dogs. Yes. I think border collies are pretty smart. Excellent, Jato. Oh, I've never analyzed it that closely, Gordon. Yeah, the cat food Nazi, exactly. No, well, these cats are the best salespeople. You know, they just sit and stare at you until you feed them. They have the patience. Stare at me for an hour. Yeah, I wouldn't call them Mustafa. What I would do is I go to the home page, okay, and when it's technical stuff, okay, so I would really, what time is it? It's 2:35, so they'll be there to 4:30. Yeah, but I doubt he mentioned, Peyton Manning would have not mentioned HOFV specifically, but I guess just talking about the whole concept of NFTs for the NFL players, their clips, their cards, or whatever. Him and Eli are launching a collection today. Okay. Well, how's DLPN doing then? Let me just do a quick check of DLPN. Boy, it's just much ado about nothing on this one. But we may be just really, really early in this whole aspect. Might have to really settle. I mean, you get all the hype, and then the settling down, and then maybe as it starts to gain more steam, but it could take months. But you know what? I look at the cannabis sector, and what a disappointment. I mean, really. All of the fuss. Okay. So up here is when Canada basically legalized marijuana in my country, okay? And it had a little pop again. This is a weekly candle. And then the big drop, I can't remember what happened here. And then look at this. Now we've had some, but I mean, it's not like, I'm sure a lot of people thought, man, this gets legalized, it's just straight up. Maybe not like straight up, but not all these drops, and man, oh man, I mean, this has been hard. I mean, look at Tilray, look at name a cannabis player. It's not like they are ripping. You mean personally, or are you talking about as an investment? I won't answer that on the grounds that it may incriminate me. But I'm from BC, yeah. We didn't really have to wait for legalization, yeah. BC Bud. No, I can't see it as an investment yet. I just can't see it. I mean, look at the index. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people thought that this month right here, this was going to be it, and it was just going to, I don't expect to see giant green candles every day, but just some, decent trend, kind of like tech, okay? And I'm not talking about here, okay? That was pandemic, but okay, here. But the lead up, tech, it was just surging. MJ is just not even remotely like that. Well, zero chances is pretty bleak, but okay, Jason, is there a way to save a strategy from one multi-alert window and add it to another multi-alert window? And the answer is yes. So Jason, can you hear me and can you see what I'm going to do? Before I start talking about it. Okay, so here's a multi-strategy window. So if I understand you correctly, and here's another one. So here are two multi-strategy windows. So what you're saying is you'd like to take one of the strategies out of this window, out of a multi-strategy window, and put it in here, into another one. Is that correct? Yes? Got to make sure that that's what you want to do. Okay. So obviously, if you've got multi-strategy windows, you know how to create them from scratch, okay? So really, it's really simple. What you do is you right-click and hover over strategies, and here are the alert windows. Pick the one that you want to add out. Okay, highlight it, go to this box right there, and then open the alert window. Okay? Now it's just like, now you just collaborate. Right click, collaborate, copy it, and then you go into this window here, strategies, new strategy, collaborate. I'm not going to do it because I don't want to paste it in there. What you'd collaborate and then paste it. Okay, I think the trick for you was knowing how to break out an alert window. By doing this and just opening it, and then so now it appears like this. Okay, great. Okay. Well, collaborate. Yeah, it's the old way. Before we had cloud links, that's the only way we could share scans. But yeah, the collaborate just copies the link and then collaborate the other way, paste it in. Check out GIK. Looks like it's an all-time low. Yeah, so this is, typically they hang around 10, don't they? Yeah. This is a SPAC, of course. Typically, yeah, they hang around 10. So interesting that it's dropped down below. This one, yeah. So this is not an IPO. I know it looks like one. Just a symbol name change here for BTX. Not an IPO, but it looks like one. It would have to continue higher, I guess, to get a halt. All right, everybody. Are there any other questions? Have I told you how much I love Friday afternoons and the weekend? Bruins tonight, absolutely. Hey, they're looking good, you know. That fourth line, if you call it, I mean, I know we're talking hockey now, but that fourth line with Lazar in there, man, oh man. That's exciting. I really should be a sports talk radio guy. I'm doing the wrong thing. Wrong thing, but oh well. Okay, guys, I think that's it. How do you get on the main chat room again? What do you mean by that? You're in it. You're in it. So I don't know what you mean by that. Main chat room again. You mean how would you get back in on Monday? Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean? Well, you're in it. You're in the main room. Okay, you're in it. So if you know how to get in, if you... Okay, so you're in the main room. The other room looks like this. It's a YouTube... It's just not as much activity, that's all. You too, Razak. Have a great weekend. And, okay, I don't see any other questions. What's my call, Torps? Oh. No idea. No idea on that one, Torps. No idea. It's probably, I may not be in the right demographic for that. I gotta look up who that is. Oh, I know this. Yeah. The internet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Grumpy, it's I don't care at gmail.com. Okay? I don't care at gmail.com. And just in case anybody's wondering why I would say that, Grumpy is, we have history. Do I trade after 3 p.m.? Yes, on occasion, yes. It gives me a chance to close the room down at 3. It gives me a chance to maybe do some trades on my own. I don't, it's not, certainly not mandatory that I do it, of course, but every now and then I will do some trades when I can just concentrate completely on trading. It's AYE. We're might as well play pirate this weekend. Okay, I'll put the call out, Night Fox. All right, everybody. I think that is truly it. So have a great weekend. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'll open the room. Mr. D, no problem. Thank you for that. I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great weekend, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.